Okay then. What are you talking about? But
I will always love you how I do. I let go of a prayer for you. It's a sweet word. The table is prepared for you. Ooh, 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 ooh. Dressed in red and jeans that's too short. I know that it can't fit me anymore. Was just a boy, so I could only cry. And my mom took me to the schoolyard. That's where I rushed out of the car. It's gloomy, but that's what I like. Is it so bad? I love the sun much less than I do the moon. Is it what I like? Pale blue, painted on the sky. School breaks were always just too far. It always broke me down when we were apart. Was just a boy, so I could only cry. Afternoons were mostly the best part. Soft ground, moist from the rain, warms my heart. Impatience wore down on my mind. Is it so bad? I love the sun much less than I do the moon. Is it what I like? Pale blue, painted on the sky. Is it so bad? I love the sun much less than I do the moon. Is it what I like? Pale blue, painted on the sky. Is it so bad? I love the sun much less than I do the moon. Is it what I like? Pale blue, painted on
Greetings from Jamaica. This is day 5, the final day of KingstOOn 2021 Animation Conference and Film Festival, the virtual edition. I am Caleb. Today promises to be a day of high energy, high impact sessions. Debbie, good to see you. Tell the audience some more.
Good to see you too, Caleb. Well, for all those Caribbean animators that are aspiring to higher heights, we will now hear from 3 trailblazers in the Caribbean animation industry. They are VFX and digital artist Coretta Singer, illustrator, animator, and character designer Patrick Meikle, animator and president of the Jamaica Animation Nation Network, Shireen Peart, and Jason Lindsay, managing director of Full Circle Animation. Moderating this session will be Camille Selvin Abrahams, co-founder of Full Circle Animation Studio and head of animation studies at the University of Trinidad and Tobago. She is also founding director of the Anime Carib Animation Festival. Now, the live chat feature is open, and you can ask the panelists all your questions right there. So without further ado, let's get into it.
Welcome, everyone, to KingstOOn 2021. Woohoo! Woohoo! I have been present for, I think I missed one, and I'm here for KingstOOn 2021, and I am excited. I'm sad that I'm not on a plane coming there now, but, next one I'll be there, right? So I'm really excited to welcome Shireen Peart, President, Jamaica Animation Network, Coretta Singer, 3D model and character artist, and Patrick Meikle, illustrator, animator, and character designer. And they've all been part of this sector in the Caribbean. And obviously, we are here to talk about their experience. So I want to throw out some questions to you guys, because as you notice, I didn't go into your bio too much, right? Because I want you to tell your story. Because as you know, people are telling our stories all the time, and we need to change that. That's why we're here. So I want to start with a question, right? And I want to start with, let's start with Coretta. So the question is, can you give us some background and history of how and why you are in this industry today? And also, if you had to do anything differently, what that would be? Now, I'm posing that question to all of you, all right? So we just, starting with Coretta. Go ahead, Coretta.
Hello, everyone. My name is Coretta Singer. I'm a 3D character modeler slash generalist. How and why am I in this industry? I have always wanted to do animation ever since I was in high school. I was the one that was always drawing, and everybody was always picking on me going, yes, she's going to be a cartoonist or whatever. I think at that time, animator wasn't even part of the vernacular. It was not something that Caribbean people alone wouldn't say that word. They didn't understand that. Cartoons would understand, comics would understand, but animation was not something that we talked about. But I remember I wanted to go to college. It just didn't work out. But I was determined to learn this animation thing one way or the other. And the first software I got introduced to was Bryce. And I was doing stuff on that. It was a simple little piece of software. And somewhere along the way, my brother got in contact with a gentleman named Trevor Bailey. He, as a matter of fact, recently passed away, but he was very instrumental in us being where we are. He gave my brother this copy of a software called Maya. This is before I understood what pirated software was. So they were just like, here's this piece of software that nobody knows how to use, but sure, if your sister can figure it out, whatever, she can go do whatever she needs to do. And 2 weeks later, I sent back a piece of animation and they were like, how did she figure this out? We need to speak to this girl. She needs to come and work for us. And I started working at Music Plus, doing production and just doing some graphics and stuff like that for them. And while I was there, I was working on Voyager Part 1 and Part 2, which I had sent into Anime Caribe. And that's how I met you, Camille.
Yay!
And I remember you were the person, even though I didn't win the first time, I remember you encouraged me to continue doing Voyager. And it was when I did the second episode of Voyager that I finally got like the People's Choice Award. And that was my first time winning something for animation. And I was like, yes, I can do this thing. So yeah, I was there. I ended up doing commercials and stuff like that. And I think when I entered Anime Caribe again, and I think you had connected me with Natalie Thompson.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then I started working with Natalie, and I started working along with a lot of people in the industry, and I kind of just got known as the person to go to when it comes to animation. So that's kind of like a quick rundown of like, how I started and got where I am right now.
Great, but would you change anything?
I would wish I had gone to college. I really wish I could have gone to animation college because I think I would have been able to get where I wanted to go quicker rather than still trying to struggle to get to that point now. I know it's not necessary for a lot of people, but I feel like if I had that path, I would have probably been a little bit closer, with the right people in the right circles sooner rather than later. So,
Exactly.
that is probably the one thing that I had wished would be different.
Okay, good. Beautiful answer, Coretta. So we're going to throw Patrick in the middle. Patrick, let's hear your story.
Thank you. My story. So according to my grandparents and my mom, I'd been drawing since I was 2. I sat down and I drew a lot of Dragon Ball Z, Pokemon, Digimon, and that kind of translated all the way up through high school. I knew I always wanted to draw for a living. I didn't know what I wanted to do exactly with drawing though. So with direction from my family, primarily my grandparents, they advised me to kind of pursue like engineering and architecture, or architecture. But it was in 5th form that I was like, I love comics, I love anime, I love illustrations and stuff. I'd want to do this. But then for my art CXC, they introduced the journal that year for the SBAs. And in my research, I was researching like actual animation, not just watching animation. And I kind of saw the process behind it. And I was like, I think this makes more sense. I mean, at one point I was saying, I want to do comics, but I said, if I do animation, there's such a larger scale of things to learn that I could probably at a later date just go back to doing comics. So at that point, I decided, okay, I'm going to pursue animation. So I actually applied to SCAD. I got through. However, to study abroad is a whole heap of money. And so I wasn't able to go. Instead, I ended up going to UTech to start architecture. But I had also applied to EDNA for the visual arts program, the joint visual arts program with UWI. Last minute decision. UWI accepted me and I said, you know what? And in my interview for the architecture too, they were like, your work is really good, and your portfolio is exceptional. I think you'd make a good architect, but have you ever thought about doing illustration or animation? I'm like, okay, yeah. So I'm going to go and do visual arts. But in the year I was going to start, David Suter, who is the coordinator for the program, I had met him on my orientation day. And he had advised me that, there's the animation program starting the following year. So he said, take all that you know or learn from the EDNA program and just transfer your credits and start the animation program. So from there, I just kind of walked in and said, all right, I'm going to do my best in this program. And there were just so many opportunities that came just being in the program. But at the end of the program was where a lot of the opportunities came. I was able to be a delegate for Jamaica and go to KingstOOn, where I became close now with Coretta, right? I mean, my first little picture, my first concept to her and Kevin. We grew in our friendship there and at KingstOOn. And afterwards, I was able to go and come to Anime Caribe and meet you, Camille.
Yes.
So,
Remember that.
all of that.
Any regrets?
Any regrets? To be honest, maybe in the past I would have said yes, because I would have wanted to go to SCAD. But no, I say no, because had I left, I might not have been I might not have been on the trajectory for
Fantastic.
in this Jamaican industry.
That's great. Great story again. I mean, it's so amazing here in our own stories, not so? It's like, we don't get the opportunity to do that enough, I feel. So Shireen, it's over to you.
Okay, so hello everyone. I'm Shireen Parrott. Let's see. I was introduced to animation through a VHS tape of Spirited Away, in Japanese, but just those are subtitles, and it blew me away because Studio Ghibli, the painting, the story, and I think that was the first time I sort of registered that, oh, people make this, because it had the director's cut at the end, and it had Hayao Miyazaki talking, and he was talking about how the artists look, and when you're portraying emotions and what it was like to create the story. So being introduced in that way, I became very obsessed with animation. Like Patrick had always been drawing, and I essentially went to high school with the idea that I'm going to become someone who makes these cartoons. I gave up art for a year in high school. Hearing Patrick mention the journal, it was not a fun experience for me. So just to move on past high school, it's interesting to hear Carta say that she wished she had gone to college, because I actually went to 3 different colleges. I went to UTech, Nassau Community College, and New York Institute of Technology. So, Carta, trust me, you're on your journey. You're fine. You're fine.
Wouldn't we all want Corretta's show reel? I mean, come on, Coretta, bring that show reel. Come on.
Yeah, you're 100% fine, Coretta. I went to UTech for computer science, the understanding of which was that I would study computer science, and then afterwards that would enable me to more easily transition into animator. I did 1 year at UTech, and then I applied abroad, like Patrick. I applied to SCAD, I applied to Ringling, Sheridan, Cal Arts, animation schools. I got into all of them except for Cal Arts. But like Patrick said, it's expensive to study overseas.
Yeah.
Eventually, I had family in New York, and they allowed me to stay with them. I got a scholarship to Nassau Community College, where I studied fine arts, which is my first degree. And then afterwards, I said, okay, I'm good with fine arts now. I learned Photoshop, I learned Maya, learned all of that. Now I want to do animation. I applied to FIT, which is Fashion Institute of Technology, but they also have one of the best animation programs in New York. So I applied to FIT and I applied to NYIT, got accepted to NYIT, did not go to FIT because they required us to stay there for our first year on campus, and that was too expensive. So I went to NYIT and did digital art, which encompassed animation and virtual reality, which is where my interest in animation is. I love VR and AR.
That's fantastic.
And then that was basically it. I did VR, AR, went to Italy.
What about regrets? I mean, it don't sound like any regrets there, Shireen. I don't think so.
I wish my education had been more solid.
Okay.
Similar to Coretta, I wish it had been more solid. We got all the networking, but the solidness of the foundation, I'm still trying to make up for that.
All right, so lovely. Let's go on to this, my second. I want to hear from my people, right? We're sharing here. No, just to let you all know, my one regret is that I didn't work in the industry enough. So Coretta, you see what's going on there?
Yeah.
Right? We need to be where we need to be where we are. I just wanted to put that in, right? So my question, and this time I'll start with Patrick. With your experience over the years with KingstOOn and of course other animation and digital media platforms, what would you see as the top challenge and the top opportunity for Jamaica to succeed in this in the industry?
Right, so that's actually a very hard question, a good question. I'll try and answer it. For me, I think one of the, well, I won't say top, but one of the challenges I find is that certain IPs that get showcased, win competitions or so, they kind of plateau where the development is concerned. You don't get to see or hear much afterwards about the development and how it's going. I think it's a great opportunity for exposure and, you know, building up the IP to that point, but afterwards, you know, seeing full-fledged series and stuff like that. That's where I think the major challenge and opportunity is to me.
Right. So the opportunity is the possibility of taking these things to the next level,
right,
and
but
taking it there, right? That's
right.
the opportunity, because you know diversity is a big word now, right?
Yeah,
Good.
Definitely.
So I want to throw this out to Coretta, because Coretta, you know your favorite boy for me. You know who that is, right? He's very relevant in the news these days. He's very relevant in the news these days, right? His name. So you have to talk about Boris with this question, right? Go ahead.
Oh my God. Okay. The major opportunities and challenges. Okay. The opportunity is, of course, you touched on diversity. Everybody wants diverse stories. The opportunities are right now that with Netflix and all of these streaming platforms, they're looking for more content. And I think the opportunity is we have stories that we can tell, because people don't want to see the same paint by number story. They want to see new stories from, you know, with different experiences from different backgrounds. You know, and I think that people want to also see from other countries and experiences that aren't really their own. They want to look into somebody else's world and into somebody else's mind. And I think we have those stories that we can tell. The challenges are just getting our stories out there, because we have the ideas, we have the talent, but there's that sort of, Patrick touched on it, like that plateau thing. Like we have the ideas and then we get to a point and we can't go past there because our industries are so young. So it's trying to get past that point. Like, okay, once you have your pitch Bible and you have your whole idea for your story together, all that stuff is what's missing after that development past that point. The fund, how do you get funding? How do you convince your investors, you know, to you know, give you money, because you have to be able to promise them how they're going to get it back. So that's probably the challenge, especially if you're a creator like me. I'm not a business person. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm a creative person. I'm not so much on the business side. So it's hard for me to sit down there and think, okay, now I have to be businessy and try to convince a bunch of investors, you know, how they're going to get their money back. So that is the challenge. I think the opportunities are there for us to tell the stories. The challenge is getting the stories where they need to be.
To the next stage. Interesting. So Shireen, what do you feel about that?
I'm very much in agreement with Patrick and Coretta when it comes to the plateau that happens after you get to pitch Bible, you get to idea phase. But my biggest thing about industry is more on the mindset side. So because of my position, I tend to work with a lot of upcoming animators, so those in school, and particularly those in school. My biggest, call it my pet peeve, is the mindset. I've said it before several times. I think Patrick and Coretta have heard me say it. You're not trying to be in the industry, you are in the industry. And I really do want us as Caribbean creatives and animators to realize that you're not competing against your classmate, you're competing against every other student in the animation industry.
So Shireen, let me give you a scenario, right? Let's say your prime minister is sitting down in front sitting down in his office right now watching you, right? Mm-hmm. Listening to all of us. What advice would you give him? You have his ear. Regarding the future of the sector in your country now, what advice would you give?
In terms of the future of the animation industry, probably the open communication channels. Animators are speaking, they're telling you what they need and what they want. The hardest thing for us has been finding avenues to communicate this to those who have the means to help us get where we are.
Preach.
Well, Coretta, seeing that you want to preach, go ahead, preach. Same question.
Yeah, I fully agree with Shireen. That was literally the first thing that popped into my mind. You know, listening to the animators, listen to those of us who do this for a living, because, you know, there are people who are politicians. I can't tell a politician how to do their job because that's their job. And it shouldn't be that somebody's coming to try and tell me how my industry should run. I'm here. I've been doing it. I've been in contact with people. I've been in contact with the global industry. So when we sit in a space and say, we want this or we need this kind of support, there needs to be funding for, like, you know, more delegations to like Annecy and KidScreen and that sort of stuff. You know, listen, because if you want the industry to grow, listen to those of us who are, you know, sitting here and in the trenches. We know what we're lacking to kind of get to where we want to go. So yes, I fully agree. Like, as soon as Shireen said that, I was like, yes, loud.
Yeah, so I mean that is a regional thing. You all know that, right?
Yes.
So and it's not on only the government level. It's also on the education level.
Yes.
It's on the commercial level. So we do share that across the board. So Patrick, how do you feel about that? What is your experience?
I mean, I echo all of you. Really, it's really about the communication and them hearing what we have to say about the industry. I do think that, I mean, there are specifics in there that are mixed in, you know, tax incentives is one of them, you know, in a way to attract investors to want to kind of fund some of these things and go back into the economy and stuff. It's a lot of those things, but I echo a lot of what you guys have said.
You mentioned that thing about tax incentives, Patrick, and can I tell a little short story of an experience that I had?
Yes.
I had this experience at KidScreen. It was myself and Diane Williams, who was with World Bank. He came as part of the delegation, and he and myself went to speak to someone. I think it was Sonar was the company, and they were so excited about Tale of Shadows. We sat down with this guy, and he was, you know, leaning on the table and leaning into. I was like, "Yes, tell me all about Tale of Shadows." And I was pitching, and he was like writing stuff down in this book, and, you know, he was like, yes, okay. And then he said, "Tell me something. Does Jamaica have any tax incentives?" And we said, "No." And then he leans back and goes, "Oh," and shuts the book. And we were just like,
yeah. And
ouch.
I want to share something here. This is about you all, but because it's relative to what you just said, I want to share it.
Yeah.
So as you all know, Trinidad has tax incentives, and we had the exact opposite reaction when we talked about the fact that we had tax incentives. Their eyes open and they were ready to listen, because we said we had tax incentive. They did not even see the content. They did not even see the content, right?
I hope the right people are listening.
Right? That's why we're doing this. Now, just to add to that, I remember having a conversation with a group of you all in KidScreen, because I called my film commissioner right there and said, is the film tax incentive, are we able to co-produce with Caribbean Islands and use those incentives? And they said yes, right? But of course, a lot of that work also have to be done in Trinidad. Right, so just keep that in mind. You do want the powers that be to do have those tax incentives, but in the meantime, you don't want it to slow you down. Yeah,
right.
So I have one question, last question, but before I go there, because I have enough time to ask one more, and that is, I would love, before we close with the last question, to hear from each one of you what sort of projects you have happening now during COVID for the future. So I'll start with Shireen. If you could give us an idea of any projects you have.
If we're talking about just animation projects,
I would say any project that is related to the industry. Yes.
Okay, so there is two. Camille, you know of one, the animation associations, as well as JAMPRO and the Caribbean Development Bank. We're currently testing a business model for collaboration between studios in different Caribbean islands. So as a region, we can benefit from attracting larger projects and distribute that work. So that's currently under development. So you guys can keep an eye out from that. You can expect it from Anime Carib, Jan, Titan, Gan. We're all working to ensure this helps. In terms of animation projects, I have my own Make Believe Miracles. Patrick and Coretta kicked my butts in KingstOOn this year, so sadly you won't see it. But I'm focusing on tying a folklore from Jamaica and or lore about semis because I honestly, no offense guys, I'm tired of seeing maroon stuff. I love the maroons, but I'm tired of seeing So I really wanted to focus on our local folklore and indigenous Indians. And that's me.
That's great. So Shireen, people listening outside of Jamaica will wonder what you mean tan, san, gan, nan, right?
Yeah.
Just give them an idea of what that is.
All right. So Jan is Jamaica Animation Nation Network. Titan is Trinidad and Tobago Animation Network. GAN is Guyana Animation Network. Right. SAN, Suriname Animation Network.
So it's a lots of ands, right? Okay, so great. So Patrick, so if you jump in, let's hear what you have in store for us for 2021 and beyond.
All right. Well, for some of you, you know that I'm part of the pitch competition finals with my own animation project, Princess Patty Cake. Yes. So hopefully we'll see what comes of that. But it's a project that I have a lot of investment in personally, and a little team around it as well. I think even beyond the pitch competition, there is hope for it to kind of push up to the plateau and push beyond the plateau that we were discussing a little bit earlier. But that is what you can look forward to for 2021 and beyond from me.
Fantastic. Coretta?
Me, I am still working on Tale of Shadows. I had put it on pause for a while, and that's one of two projects that I'm working on. I've been through this very long journey with Tale of Shadows. I've gotten a lot of great feedback, and I've had a lot of experiences because of Tale of Shadows, and because of everyone's favorite character, Boris. And I feel like at some point there was this, like, I felt like I was being turned away from what I had originally in my heart for the story. And I started to not be so excited about it. And I had to put it down for a little bit. And I said, when I started thinking about it again and thinking about the original story, I said, I feel more excited about the original story that I had. And I feel like I have to stay true to that. I can still put in some of that, the stuff that I got, and compromises have to be made. I understand it's an industry. There's things that people are looking for, but I have to be able to compromise in a way where I don't completely lose myself and my unique vision for the story. The second one is it's a personal short that I've been working on called The Lonely Road, and I've been trudging away at it for quite some time, but hopefully it will be finished while I'm still alive.
So I want to throw out a question to all of you regarding what you're creating, right? It's to do with the same question that I asked you. We just extending the discussion. The idea of diversity now, it's a sexy word now, right? But we know about diversity a long time ago, right? Because we're born into it. So we know what it's about. But suddenly, it's popular. It's the buzzword. You're seeing Netflix creating, partnering with Africa, with India. You're seeing much more content about diversity. I want to ask each one of you all regarding your project now that you just spoke about and your projects in the future. How do you feel about putting your voice to those things? And this is a very specific thing, right? I'm talking about your voice. So my authentic Trini voice, this is what it is. And if I am thinking about a global market, we have to think about covering up that voice, right? We're like, okay, we can't use a Trini voice. We can't really. Now, I use my Trini voice in my film, for my student film that I won an award for in Goldsmith University. A Trini voice. And I made that decision at the time. You know what? I'm going to be authentic. I'm using my Trini voice. And I won the Royal Television Society Award for London for that year, right? So it was almost like it proved to me that, listen, we just need to do, I was going to say a bad word, but we just need to do the thing, right? We just need to do it. So tell me how you all feel about that. And if you think you can make that choice, or do you prefer not to? Let's start with Patrick. Let's hear what you have to say.
For me, I think it's a. Well, it's interesting.
It's a tough question, right?
It's a tough question because it's like, as you say, diverse. We are diverse by nature. Like, we're a melting pot, right? So there's so much that goes on. It's not just necessarily even somebody being fully Jamaican or fully Trini. There's a mixture there from all over the place. And like, for me, that's what it is. In terms of the opportunities for that happening, I mean, I don't see why anybody should stifle their voice as a Caribbean individual, right? I think having that authenticity is what's needed. It's what there is, not just what persons are looking for, but it's what's needed, right? And I think the opportunity that is being provided, that it's becoming something sought out by global audiences, I think people should take the opportunity, take the bull by the horns. So it's an encouragement to do that.
So Patrick, would you take the risk and do that? Because it is a risk, right? Because you're talking money. Once you talk, would you take the risk?
Well, for me, I can't say necessarily for Princess Patty Cake, but for other IP that I have not shared necessarily, definitely. I mean, I didn't say the project earlier, but there's a character that I had entered into KingstOOn. Didn't get through with, but that's okay. And it was an albino character that was from St. Elizabeth, where my grandparents are from. You know, very authentic, rich agricultural storytelling that I want to take a risk with. That I encourage anybody to take a risk with.
Great answer. Great. So Shireen, how you feel about that? How do you feel about that?
So when you first asked the question, at first I thought, yeah, she's right, it is a risk. But as Patrick was talking, I remembered some personal experiences I have. And I think, as Patrick said, it's something that we need to do, because here's a primary example: Japanese animation. We know, even having never been to Japan, we understand their culture, we understand cultural references, mythology, and so on and so forth. And in the beginning, that was hard. I think you do need to make special allowances to ensure that the jokes you make come across, even if they're local, that the context is set up. Mm-hmm. However, I do think it's something that we as Caribbean nationals need to do, because we do have a cool factor overseas. Any Jamaican or Caribbean person can tell you, when you go overseas and you speak, my specific experience is, can you teach me patois? Can you teach me how to speak Jamaican? I wasn't aware that we had a Jamaican language, but I know they're talking about patois. So I do believe it's something that needs to happen, and that eventually, if we keep pushing it and pushing it, we will get to the point that Japan has gotten to, where you can just make the joke because there's a large enough, there's a large enough fan base for it, and they will all get it.
Right. So Shireen, just let me share something with you. When I travel and go abroad, people ask me what part of Jamaica I'm from.
Oh no!
That's how much brand you all have, okay? So they hear my accent, and that's what they ask. What part of Jamaica? So Coretta, let's hear your experience.
It leads into, again, the reason why we need to have our voices in these productions, because people need to know that there's a difference between a Trinidadian accent and a Bayesian accent and a Guyanese accent and a Jamaican accent, because famously, I think Sebastian from The Little Mermaid was played by a Guyanese man, I think.
Right.
And it was like, yes, it sounds, that's the Jamaican that foreigners think that we sound like. It's kind of that, accent where it's like, oh, it sounds so cute, but we can still understand it. And like, we need to like let people understand that there's so much variety. Even in Jamaica, we have different patois in different parts of Jamaica. I have what's called town patois. And if I go to country, like if I go into the rural parts of Jamaica, I might go and talk to someone and I don't understand them. And it's interesting to hear them, to hear that it's so different and so rich and vibrant. And I think that is very necessary. I understand, again, it's a business and it's a risk, but I think what is smart is if you have multiple IPs, have your IPs that you can kind of say, okay, we'll put some commercially acceptable voices in this, and then have your IP where it's like, this is my authentic West Indian story that has to have these authentic voices, or it just doesn't make any sense. There has to be, we have to get our voices to come across.
Yeah. And I guess it is the balance, and you put it over there, Coretta, beautifully. You give that variety in the book that you do, so that you have a choice. If you want to put forward something that, someone may say risky, but you're doing it because you love it. I would say it's risky. It's like, I want to tell the story, right?
Right.
And just to let you know, my ex-husband's father is Jamaican, and the first time I heard him speak, I was like, and I used to have to ask my ex-husband to translate, like literally translate it in a different language for me to understand. So I know what you mean about all the different levels, right? So, and just to tie that one up, because we have our last question. Oh, I'm so sad. You all going
away so quick. We just started.
But before we go to that question, I want to share a little something that encompasses all of this that you all just spoke of so beautifully. How Japan, put their culture out unapologetically. It's like, this is who we are. You take it or you leave it. We understand that there are millions of eyes in Japan, but the diaspora is also millions and millions, right? So we also have those eyes. It's just it's spread. And one of the one person that is doing this really well is Lupita. You all know Lupita, the actress, right? And she has a little book out now. Any parent out there who wants to buy beautiful books for children about color and about the beauty and about acceptance, there's a book called Sulwe, about a little girl, and her skin is a beautiful, beautiful black, unapologetic, blue-black, beautiful little girl with natural, beautiful hair. And Lupita did that because she could afford to do that too, right? So people who are finding the money and finding the finances, they are doing it unapologetically. So I absolutely love everyone's answer there, and I think it will, the audience too. I know we will be getting lots and lots of questions, and we are getting lots and lots of questions. So we will do our best to answer all. So our last question, guys. I'm gonna cry. We have to go just now. So if you had a magic wand, where's my magic wand? This is your magic wand, right? You have a magic wand. And you have to make one wish, but it has to do with, the sector. We have to always bring it back to animation and KingstOOn and Jamaica and the region. What would that be? So I'm going to start with Shireen, then Coretta, then Patrick. We'll end with Patrick today. So Shireen, what would that be? The magic wand.
I was really hoping I wasn't first. In terms of what my wish for the animation sector would be, I'm going to go back to the communication. Earlier, I said that I want open communication channels with those who have the means to help us get where we need to go. My other wish, because I know it sounds like we're saying, oh, we want you to listen to us. Please also clearly tell us what you need us to give you, because I have open communication and clear communication on both sides. I want to know what is it that we need to provide that we're not providing now. So just being able to understand what it is when they look at a piece of paper what we're seeing the same paper but interpreting two different things.
Right.
I want that superpower. I want to understand.
So you want to go, I wish for communication to open and flow between all levels of people in this sector. Right. Bling! Your wish is granted. Oh, if I could, if I could,
If I could.
if I could. Coretta, take it away.
Oh, for me, I definitely wish it would be that animation and just the creative industries on a whole are given the same respect that, say, the medical field is given. I understand everything is important. It's this idea that because we are creatives, that we're at the bottom of the barrel, and you're going to become the starving artist. And I would like to say that this is something I've said before. The starving artist doesn't exist, and by that I mean it's not a default. It is a construct that is perpetuated by society that forces us to starve. And we're providing a service, and all we're asking is that we're paid fairly for that service. And it's necessary. It permeates through everything in our lives, through design, our houses, our furniture, our clothes, our cars. Everything is permeated by art, design, and creativity. And I really wish that it was as much respected as lawyers and doctors are respected in our society.
So your wish is for all and each and every one of us to be respected, and it's due. It's not, we're not begging for it. It is due.
Exactly.
Your wish is my command, if only. Okay, Patrick, take it away. Let's see. I mean, that was powerful, Coretta. That was really powerful.
Thank you.
I don't know how you follow that up. But my wish, I think, would be based on that value that Coretta was saying, is that we receive the money and the funding necessary to, do the things that we provide for people that they're entertained by day in, day out, or that they live with day in, day out, just grant that kind of funding to us. There's so much other industries that they're go-tos, investors go to, we're going to throw money at this. Yeah, there's a high ROI for me for that. So XYZ. There's a high ROI here as well, give the funding here. The value is here.
All right, so Patrick is hardcore. Give us the money. That's it. That's our wish. Give us the money. but it is important because it's not we're not begging you. We are telling you that this is a multi-billion-dollar industry that has taken over oil, that has taken over you name it. Right? The creative industry is especially now. This is what is making the money. Right? I read 2 years ago, Netflix, their worth for shares was like 300 US. Let's see. When I looked up yesterday, 600 US for a share at Netflix.
But they're up there with Google and the rest.
Exactly, right? Content is king. So on that, wonderful. And okay, your wish is my command. Please. If only. The money is coming. All right. So y'all, we made it. This was fabulous, fantastic. It was like touching base with friends. I want to say to everyone that we are going to continue to answer your questions. So please drop us your questions still and comment in the chat, and we will follow up. So guys, it was wonderful. I think I learned so much more about you all, although I thought I knew so much. And I just want to say, so great to chat with you all. And for everyone who is looking in, thank you for taking your time and hearing our story here in the Caribbean and in particular in Jamaica. Bye.
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 Woohoo.
Yoder has been animating childhoods for over 30 years and is best known for breathing hilarity into iconic Disney sidekicks Scuttle, LeFou, and Abu in the beloved Academy Award-winning films The Little Mermaid, Beauty and the Beast, and Aladdin. Now, beyond his body of work for Disney, he has feature film credits that include The Swan Princess, The Prince of Egypt, The Road to El Dorado, Shrek, Rugrats Go Wild, Curious George, and The Simpsons movie. I'm talking about award-winning animator Rick Farmelo, who will now guide us on how to create fresh, appealing, and believable characters. You can also ask Rick your questions via the live chat feature, which is currently active. So let's get started. Go, Rick.
My apologies, Ray.
That's more better.
Glad to see you still have some teeth left, Stanley.
The hammerhead yak riding the hammerhead wheel!
Deploy the yak.
Let me give you a little advice my mama gave me when I was just a little tookie. Calmate. Look, there's some things you don't want to put in your mouth.
Please.
It takes more than a pair of pawn pumps to keep pooping down.
Wait, I'm your friend.
If you're my friend, how come you have an arrow in your hand, huh? Yes, the exact kind of arrow. I have... Madam, I apologize. My name is Puffin, Lieutenant Puffin. I owe you, Princess, and I intend on staying until me debt is paid. You mean a magical... The moon comes up, you change into a princess, and happily ever after.
That's better than here. You're always scraping for food and ducking the guards. So, where you from? Really? How come? Abu!
What?
Abu says, that's not fair.
Talk about...
Abu, you look good.
He's got the outfit. He's got the elephant. Hey. Prince Ali, fabulous he Ali. Heard your princess.
No one's slick as Gaston, no one's quick as Gaston, no one's next as incredibly thick as Gaston, for there's no man in town half as manly.
Don't try and tell me the runway's too short. Hold this for me, will you, pal? Let me give you a hand with those bags, pal. All part of the friendly service here at Albatross. Ow! Oh, big time hurt. Ah, back. Oh, it's out.
Are you all right?
Don't worry, ma'am. I'll handle this. Hey, go up. Oh, take the bag. Take the bags.
It's a dingle hopper. Humans use these little babies to straighten their hair out. See, just a little twirl here and a yank there, and boy, oh, like, yeah, I got an aesthetically pleasing configuration of hair that humans go nuts over. The sea witch. Oh, no. She's gonna... I gotta... Ariel!
Run, Sparky. Oh, fine bumper.
Nah, I ain't lost my sense of humor. See? I find that funny.
Wow. my whole life in 4 minutes. Anyway, I just wanted to thank everybody for joining me today. I'm honored to be part of KingstOOn. Sorry we can't all be in person together, but I'm sure soon, maybe next year, we'll be able to do that because I'd love to come to Jamaica. I've been there before, so a long time ago, but I loved it. So hopefully next year, if we have this next year, I'll be able to be with you in person. I'll just kind of tell you my story a little bit, and then I'll talk about what I wanted to talk to you about, which is basically bringing life to your characters in animation and sort of my approach and kind of some things that I think are important to remember. I started at Disney in 1982. I started on The Black Cauldron and Mickey's Christmas Carol. And I realized that even though I had animated before at another place, I really didn't really understand animation and how to not just move things around in a funny way, but really make the characters come to life. So they seem real. They don't feel like they're just funny objects moving around, but they felt like real flesh and blood characters. So I sort of drifted towards, as I went through my career at Disney, I started really focusing on sidekick characters, the funny characters, because I always loved comedy. Some of my favorite scenes in the Disney films are always the funny scenes. I loved Jiminy Cricket. I thought he was really funny. He was a sidekick. And I just sort of felt, for me, I think I'm going to be able to do the most good at doing the sidekick characters. So starting with Oliver and Company, I did the Great Dane Einstein, and he was a funny character. And then after I did him, I think you saw a clip of him, then I did Scuttle in The Little Mermaid, and Buddy Hackett did the voice. And that was a really big jump for me because that was the first time I really got to be totally invested in a character and bring a lot of myself to the character. And I used, references from all over the place, TV stars, TV comedians, to films, motion picture comedians. And of course, Buddy Hackett was really, really funny. And what I learned from him is he was so expressive. When I'd watch him do the voice, he was so animated and so full of life that I started sketching him when I went to the recordings. Myself and Dave Steffman was actually head of the character. We would go and sketch Buddy Hackett and try to get some of his mannerisms in our character. And so I think if you watch The Little Mermaid, you're going to see, if you know who Buddy Hackett is, you're going to see a lot of his facial expressions and a lot of his attitudes. And we were able to get that through watching him and watching him perform. So I think the thing I learned, first of all, was caricature. And I think that's something, regardless of what character you're doing, you're trying to exaggerate that character, even if it's a human character and it's something like Jasmine or Aladdin or Ariel or Belle. Even though that they are humans, you can still push things and exaggerate. And I think caricature is such an important part of animation, to know who the character is, know how they move, how they act in certain situations, but then to push some of your animation so it reads clearly on the screen so the audience understands what that character is thinking, what that character is feeling, why the character is doing what they're doing. I also feel that drawing is very important, of course, making very clear drawings with an attitude, drawings with personality, drawings with appeal. Those are all really important aspects to a really good drawing and some really good animation. I also feel that, we're actors. I mean, I know you probably heard this before, that animators are actors with pencils, or stylists these days, but that's kind of true. I mean, we have to think like we're an actor. We have to really think about who that character is, why the character's in the movie, how a character moves, how much weight the character has, how much does he weigh? Is he a thin character, a short character, a heavy character, a character that's full of life and moves really fast? Is it an old character, a young character? Is it a kid? Is it an adult? When I did Abu, I sort of referenced my own son, who was about 3 or 4 at the time. His name is Grant. And he was a feisty little kid. He had a little temper on him and he had a lot of personality. He was really funny. And so I sort of started watching him at home, and like he does these cool little things that that I wanted to use for Abu. So I'm going to show you a clip later of of a scene of Abu and Aladdin and Jasmine up on the roof, and you're going to see Abu. But he's like a little kid. He only understands certain things a certain way. He doesn't have the maturity to understand globally kind of what's going on in the situation. But I think, again, I tried to use, like I said, like my son as an inspiration. Like, well, Abu's kind of like a kid, So I treated him as a kid. So I think that's something we need to do. We, as I mentioned, how the character moves, if he's light, if he's heavy, why the character's in the film. I think the most important thing is to really think about that character a lot. I mean, this is you. You are putting yourself into this animation, and so you have to kind of really be invested in that. I'll tell you something. There was I also look at storyboards, the storyboard of your shot or your shots, and where does your character fit in the story. The reason I liked sidekicks is because I could kind of push them beyond what was maybe in the script or the storyboard. I would come up with some of my own ideas, some of my own gags, because sidekicks were in the movie just to be funny. I mean, so I figured, well, if they're in there to be funny, maybe if I can make it a little bit funnier, I'll do that, So that was a lot of us. I mean, any animator is going to take what he's given, and of course it works, but you say, well, is there a way to plus this? That's something we learned at Disney, is to always plus whatever assignment you're given. If the script is great, the storyboards are great, and then here comes the animation, well, that has to be great too, even better. You want to push it and sell it. I mean, there are a few times where, particularly on Little Mermaid, on Scuttle, I can remember maybe doing a scene and showing it to one of the directors, John Musker or Ron Clemens, and John would say, yeah, that looks good. He says, but there's something in the storyboard. That expression was really, really funny. And it doesn't seem like you're capturing that attitude that was in the board that I really loved. So I'd go back and rethink it a little bit and try to capture what it was that he really liked and go even further with it. So, for instance, in the scene I did of him with Scuttle with the Dinglehopper, the storyboard had him with a fork and just sort of playing with his hair and kind of puffing it out a little bit, more like a hairdresser would do. And so I thought, maybe there's another way to do this that might be even funnier than that. And I said, well, he has a fork. So maybe what I'll do is I'll take the fork and have him swirl it around his head like his hair is spaghetti, and then just pull it really fast, and then poof, this pop will happen and he'll have this big hair. Anyway, so that's kind of how I approached the scene. And I wanted to come up with something maybe might be a little bit different than what was already there. So anyway, that's kind of, I think, what you're expected to do as an animator is to plus your characters. Again, being very invested in those characters, but plus them also. Dialogue is very, very important. Again, what is that character's attitude as he's saying that line? I mean, when they do these voice recordings, they are actors and actresses. They're asked to push themselves and really get us a particular emotion across. So when you get your scenes and you listen to that dialogue, really pay attention to the attitude of the character, what that character is trying to get across. Is the character scared? Is he doing the line really fast because he's really nervous? Is he very confident and sort of laying back and being very leisurely with the dialogue? What exactly is that attitude? So when you do your drawings, it needs to reflect the performance. And I think if you watch successful films and successful characters, they really capture what that dialogue, the attitude and the expressions in that dialogue. What I'm going to do now is I want to show you, speaking of dialogue, I want to show you a clip of The Jungle Book, which was one of my favorite movies ever. And I think it's some of the best acting you're ever going to see in a film. Again, that was The Nine Old Men. If you guys don't know who The Nine Old Men were, they were Disney's main 9 guys who, from Snow White all the way through, Aristocats, Robin Hood, were with him, and you could see them develop, and their styles developed, and their acting got more sophisticated. Jungle Book has some of the best acting I think ever. This is a scene of Colonel Hate with his troop of elephants. And I want you to watch his attitude. Is a very arrogant, cocky sort of a guy. He's in charge of this herd. And watch how his body attitude is. And then watch as he goes down the line and talks to each elephant. And each elephant is completely different, has a completely different personality. And I just thinking, wow, that's amazing that John Lounsbury animated most of this. He's my major Disney animation hero. So John Lounsbury basically did most of this stuff himself. But look at the different attitudes in the acting in the elephants. And then we'll come back and I'll show you some more stuff.
Company! Left face!
March, march, march. My feet are killing me. I'm putting in for a transfer to another herd.
Silence in the ranks! Dress up that line! Pull it in, Winifred. Inspection! Harness!
Stick your nose out. Like this. That's right.
A dusty muzzle. Soldier, remember in battle that trunk can save your life. Take good care of it, my man.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Carry on. Let's have a little more spit and polish on those bayonets.
Yes, sir.
Esprit de corps! That's the way I earned my commission in the Maharaja's 5th Packet Arm Brigade. Back in '88, it was, what was it?
Here it comes. The Victoria Cross bit again.
It was then I received the Victoria Cross for bravery above and beyond the call of duty. Ha ha! Those were the days. Discipline. Discipline was a thing. Builds character. All that sort of thing, you know. It, where was I? Oh, yes, inspection. Well, very good. Wipe off that silly grin, soldier. This is the army. Eyes front. Lieutenant, that haircut is not regulation. Rather on the gaudy side, don't you think? There, that's better. And as for you... Oh, there you are. Let's keep those heels together, shall we, son?
Okay, Pop. Sir.
Yes, now that's better. Well, new recruit, eh? I say, what happened to your trunk?
Hey, stop that!
A man cub! Oh, this is treason! Sabotage! I'll have no man cub in my jungle!
It's not your jungle.
Hold it! Hold it! I can explain, Harty. Colonel Harty, if you please, sir.
Oh, yes, yes. Colonel Hattie. The man cub is with me. I'm taking him back to the man village.
To stay?
You have the word of Bagheera.
Good. And remember, an elephant never forgets.
Okay, so there was the Jungle Book. Again, incredible stuff, and you get to see Bagheera come in, and you get to see Mowgli. But I just think that's some incredible acting. So that's the kind of thing you want to go for. You want to make sure you imbue your characters with a lot of personality and entertainment. I mean, not everything you're going to be doing is funny. I mean, the funny stuff was what I love to do. That doesn't mean that's what you guys are going to do. You may want to do something really serious. Now, I would never do a serious character because I wouldn't do a very good job at it. I mean, I got cast on these sidekicks because that's what I wanted to do, because that's what I knew I was best at. And I always tried to do my best. And it was funny because I would, I'd be finishing on a film, and then the script would come out. They'd be working on the script for the next film. And I would want to get a hold of that script and go through and read the script and find a character I wanted to work on. And every single time whatever character I picked was exactly what the directors were thinking they were going to give me anyway. So that worked out. It's about being typecast. It's like being an actor typecast. And I was just better at doing the funny stuff. If you look at my reel, there's nothing dramatic about it. It's just a bunch of silly stuff. So it's important to kind of know what you're best at and sort of focus on that. When you're younger, you try everything. And then you sort of gravitate towards what your strength is. And to me, it was the funny sidekicks. Again, because I could invent stuff. Anyway, let's see, we got a few more minutes. Another thing I wanted to sort of emphasize is to really, really think before you start drawing. When I was a younger animator, I'd get my scene, I'd go to the director, he'd pitch me the scene, I'd get my layouts, my copy of the storyboard, I'd go back to my desk and I'd just start drawing right away. And I realized through trial and error, and also from listening to the older guys, that you shouldn't be doing that. You should be really thinking first. And I think Frank Thomas, one of the 9 Old Men, said, you need to spend 80% of your time thinking about the scene and 20% of the time drawing it. And I thought, that's crazy. There's no way that would work. But you know what? It works. It makes sense. You need to really think about what you're going to do before you do it. It's like getting in a car. You want to know where you're going to go before you go there. You want to look at a map and see, let's see, now, where am I going to go? What's the best way to get there? You don't just jump on the car and go, no, where am I going to go? You know, you pretty much need to figure out where you're headed. So that's kind of the same way with animating. To do a really successful scene, think about it really a lot first before you start drawing. Then start doing what we call thumbnails, which are very small little drawings. You work out the whole scene in a small way. You don't use details. You're just worried about the body shape, the attitude, some of them, and just the main poses. And that's what you do first, is hit the main poses of your dialogue. Listen to the dialogue and find out where the accents are, like where the character gets loud or where they get really quiet, and then how you're going to do that with their body, what you're going to do with that body to show that they're either being really loud and being very demonstrative, or they're being really subtle, or they're being really scared, or whatever it is, and make your drawings reflect that. Go through and listen to the soundtrack. And I work on a Cintiq now. I don't work so much on paper anymore. But when you look at your timeline and you see your scene there, go through and look at it, scrub it, and find those accents, those hard bits of dialogue, and those are what you're going to emphasize. It's probably going to be, depending on how long the scene is, just a handful of drawings at first, just to sort of emphasize where you're going to go. But again, it's sort of setting up that blueprint so you know where you're headed, and then you work in and out of those drawings. The other thing I wanted to emphasize was, again, plussing every scene. That's so important. I would be, like I said, I'd be given scenes and they were funny, but I wanted to try to find a way to make them funnier. I'll tell you a real quick story, and then we'll watch another clip. I was working on the Rescuers Down Under, and I did the character of Wilburn. I think you saw this. I think it's in my animation reel of him landing at the airport and getting up, and he's wearing a bra. Well, the original storyboard for that just had him going off the runway, getting up and straightening his baseball cap, and that was it. And I thought, well, that's okay. And he's like, he's kind of very confident, even though he was tripped, and they had to trip him so he didn't fly off the end of it. I thought, well, that's kind of funny, but I thought maybe that might be a funnier way to do this. So I said, gee, we introduce a bra to trip him. I said, what if he rolls and rolls and rolls and rolls and gets up and he's wearing the bra? And the directors who I pitched this to were kind of not too thrilled about it. They said, no, that may be in kind of bad taste. And I said, well, I won't do it that it'll be in bad taste. I just think it'd be a funny visual. He'll just get up, he's got the bra, and he'll just take it off. It'd be very simple, but I just think it'd be a funny visual. Anyway, so they said, okay, well, let's try it. So I did a rough version of it, and they said, okay, well, that seems like it's going to be okay. And then they had this screening for a bunch of mothers and kids, an early screening of the film, and they were going to fill out cards and stuff. And the director said, now, if they complain about that scene in that bra scene, when they write their cards, we're going to cut it out of the film. And I said, that's totally fine. I said, I don't want to offend, I just thought it would be funny. So if no one likes it, fine, we'll take it out. So they had the screening, and then it was over the weekend. And on Monday morning, I went in, and everyone's talking about how great the screening went. And so I went to the director. I said, I heard the screening went really great. And he says, yeah, everybody loved it. And the cards came back, and they were all thrilled, blah, blah, blah. And then he kind of got real quiet, and he kind of looked at the ground, and he's going to mention that. And he said, oh, by the way, that bra scene. I said, yeah. And he said, I got the biggest laugh in the movie. So we'll leave it in. Anyway, I'm not telling that to brag. I'm just letting you know that that's a way I was trying to plus what I was given and try to make it a little bit more than what than it could have been. Okay, so now we're going to look at 3 separate performances. This is from Aladdin. This is where Jasmine, Aladdin, and Abu are up on the roof. Aladdin and Jasmine are just kind of getting to know each other. So they're kind of going back and forth. This is animated by Glenn Keane, did Aladdin. Mark Henn did Jasmine, and I did Abu. So look at the relationships between the 3 characters. It's mostly the leads, of course, are Aladdin and Jasmine, and they're getting to know each other and talking about what they want out of life. Abu just wants the apple. He just wants to get out of there. Again, a little kid. He's only thinking about that apple. So watch the performances of the 3 characters, how they all work together, even though they all want different things.
Almost there.
I want to thank you for stopping that man.
Forget it. So, this is your first time in the marketplace, huh?
Is it that obvious?
Well, you do kind of stand out. I mean, you don't seem to know how dangerous Agrabah can be.
I'm a fast learner.
Hey. Come on, this way. Whoa, watch your head there. Oh, be careful.
Is this where you live?
Yep, just me and Abu. Come and go as we please.
That sounds fabulous.
Well, it's not much, but it's got a great view. Wow, the palace looks pretty amazing, huh?
Oh, it's wonderful.
I wonder what it'd be like to live there and have servants and valets.
Oh, sure. People who tell you where to go and how to dress.
That's better than here. You're always scraping for food and ducking the guards.
You're not free to make your own choices.
Sometimes you feel so...
You're just...
trapped. So, where are you from?
What does it matter? I ran away and I am not going back.
Really? How come?
My father's forcing me to get married.
Oh, that's awful. Abu!
What?
Abu says, that's not fair.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, of course.
And does Abu have anything else to say?
Well, he wishes there was something he could do to help.
Tell him that's very sweet.
So there you have that. I just think that's a real cool scene because, everybody moves a little differently. But everybody is important in that scene. It was really such an honor to be working with Glenn and Mark on this. And, we all sort of worked together. We all did initial drawings and, they were the lead characters. So they kind of went first and then Abu worked around them, so that's kind of how that worked. It looks like I'm kind of nearing the end of my talk and it's gone by too fast, but I think the final thing I just want to get across is to try to put a lot of joy in your work. Try to really love doing what you're doing. I mean, you're going to be animating. I mean, you're an animator. That's a fun job. It's a job. It's a hobby. It's a dream. It's all that. And I've been doing it for a long time, and I'm just as excited today as I was the first day I walked into the Disney lot, and had this dream of being an animator. I think if you put joy in your work, it's going to show. I'll give you an example. I'm not going to tell you what film it was, but this is after I had left the studio. I went to DreamWorks, and so I wasn't at Disney anymore. But anyway, I saw a film, and it was a good film, but I looked at the animation and I'm like, wow, these guys look like they really struggled with this animation. It felt like the drawings were really constricted, and, they didn't have a loose life to them that I wanted to see, I guess. And I just sort of felt, man, these drawings look like there were a lot of work. Look like there's a lot of work going into this film to get every single drawing perfect and make it look like this and that. And I said, God, I just don't see the joy in the animation. That was something I was missing. As great as the film was, and it looked great, but I just sort of felt that something was a little missing. And I talked to a couple of the animators. I said, I liked it. It was good, but it felt like there wasn't a lot of joy in the animation. And they were like, wow, you're right. They said it was really hard. It was really hard to work on this. And we had to go over the scenes over and over and over again and redoing them and all that. And it's not even important what the film was. It could have been any one of 10 or 12 films, but I just learned a lesson. I thought, well, if I can see that on the screen, an audience can probably sense that too. And I think when you put joy in your work, it comes out on the screen, whether it's the big screen, the small screen, the iPhone screen, wherever it is, it's going to show. So I would just leave you with that. I mean, just really try to enjoy what you're doing. Think about your characters. Do the best you can possibly do. Top yourself. Go beyond what you think you can do. And again, just be joyful about it, because it's a great thing. It's a great profession, and it's a great art form. And, I wish you all the best of luck. And I'm going to open this up for questions now, but I really appreciate you guys joining me. And like I said, hopefully next year we'll be able to do it in person. So thanks very much.
Jamaica, our way of life is being affected, but our path to progress is not. Flow has continued to build its network infrastructure to prepare for times like these, to ensure that your connections to everything important are strong and reliable. And if you're a current Flow Home Service customer, upgraded services may be available in your area. Learning from home is smarter, and working from home is stronger than ever. The strength of the Flow network is yours and ready when you need it. Visit your nearest Flow store or discoverflow.co. It's our privilege to serve you.
Diversity matters. And in the field dominated by males, the next panel is all about woman power. 4 Black women in the world of animation share their personal journey and commitment to ensuring that the entertainment industry takes action to improve representation and visibility of women and minorities in the industry. Moderated by founder and CEO of BWA Studios, Taylor K. Shaw, this panel features Sonia Carey, founder of the Animation Lounge, Kimberly Wright, film producer of Sesame Workshop, Pilar Newton, president and CEO of Pilar Toons, and Melanie Goolsby of Netflix. But before we join these ladies in this very exciting discussion, remember that the live chat feature is active and you can ask the panelists all your questions right there. Now, ladies, over to you.
All right, welcome. We are here, Black women in the world of animation. Look at all of this melanin, all of this greatness. My name is Taylor K. Shaw. I am the founder and CEO of BWA Studios, an animation studio that consciously hires us. I am overjoyed to be moderating today a panel with these phenomenal trailblazing Black women in the space. I'm just more than excited to hear more about your journeys and career. So thank you, all of you, Sonia, Melanie, Kim, and Pilar, for being with us here today. So I just want to clap you all up. And so you all who are watching KingstOOn family, so you all, can get a better sense of who these women are. I'm going to go ahead and kick us off by reading their bios. All right. So Melanie Goolsby. Melanie was born in Monterey, California, and is the youngest of 3 girls born to a military family. She's lived in various cities across the country and beyond before settling in Atlanta in 2006, where she attended Spelman College and received her sociology degree. Upon graduation, she remained there working on various positions in media. As a Black woman, Melanie attributes much of her cultural awareness, deep sense of pride and passion to being in Atlanta and attending Spelman. Yes, you better go, Spelmanite. She carries that passion, awareness, and pride to everything she does, including the 2 books she authored, ABCs for Girls Like Me and ABCs for Boys Like Me, and into her current role at Netflix, where she works as a creative executive focused on animated content for the 6+ audience. Melanie resides in LA with her husband and 4-year-old daughter. Melanie, thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, next we have Pilar Newton. Pilar is an animator, cartoonist, and educator that started drawing her Snozzlewinks, right? Yeah, Snozzlewinks cartoons when she was 8 years old. Even at that early age, it became clear that she wanted to pursue cartooning and animation. She got her start doing animation production art on shows such as Courage the Cowardly Dog, a favorite for Cartoon Network, and MTV's Daria. In 2008, she established her Brooklyn-based production company, Pilar Toons LLC. Pilar teaches animation at the City College of New York and SVA, the School of Visual Arts. In the summer of 2020, she received her MFA in visual narrative at the School of Visual Art. And in October 2021, she introduced the Snozzlewinks to the world in the form of her first graphic novel. Whoa, that is awesome. Okay, hey Pilar, thanks so much for being here with us today.
Thank you.
Heart, big hearts. All right, and now we're gonna check out actually a reel from Pilar. Awesome. Thanks, Pilar. Okay. So Sonia Carey, born in London, Sonia is the youngest of three sisters who, at a young age, immigrated with their parents to Canada. It was during high school that Sonia developed a love of theater, drama, fine art, and the entire artistic experience. After high school, she enrolled at the University of, might need a little help, is it Guelph?
Yeah, Guelph.
Guelph. Leaning more toward the technical side of theater. Sonia began to shape her career as a technical artist, focusing on lighting and sound. After moving to LA and taking a personal interest in animation, she landed her first job working on Ren and Stimpy and Beavis and Butthead as a self-taught camera artist using new technology surrounding digital 2D animation. Wow. Within just a few years, this technology exploded, and Sonia took that opportunity to return to Toronto and was hired by several studios as a compositing artist. After years of expanding her software knowledge, Sonia also added producing and studio management to her skill set. With a strong technical background, combined with several roles as producer and manager, Sonia is now producing series content for large broadcasters. At the peak of her career, Sonia has now decided to teach through her own learning facility called the Animation Lounge. The goal is to share knowledge that will allow others to achieve their full potential within the animation industry. Her focus is on the underemployed, visible minority groups who are often not invited to the table inside of the entertainment industry. For the future, telling her own stories is next on the list for Sonia. Awesome, Sonia. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. And now we're gonna see Sonia's reel.
I'm just an 11-year-old boy, and I live here in Atlanta with my very normal family. Then there's me. 2 years ago, something really strange happened to me. I was on a field trip with my class. Our teacher took us to the coolest antique toys museum ever. I saw the most incredible mood ring that I just had to have. I never saw anything like it. I slept with it on that night, and when I woke up, things were different.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, Sonia.
Welcome. Just a lot of software hacks.
You are the pro. All right. And last but certainly not least, we have with us Kimberly Wright. Daytime Emmy Award winner Kimberly Wright joined Sesame Workshop 10 years ago as the film producer, commissioning live action, animated, and mixed media short films for Sesame Street. She works closely with filmmakers and animators to guide them through the creative process in order to shape the films to best meet the show's specific letter and thematic needs, while also staying within the film's budget. That's important. She oversees all aspects of creative development of the short films and animations, from conception and deal making to production and delivery. As a means of finding new content creators to partner with, Kim attends various children's film festivals and media conferences throughout the US and abroad, including Canada, Germany, Trinidad, Australia, and New Zealand. In April of 2019, she traveled to Kingston, Jamaica, where she served as a judge at the KingstOOn Animation Festival, and as a result, partnered with Listen Me Animation and Design to commission a letter film. So awesome. Kimberly looks forward to finding more Caribbean content creators to collaborate with in Sesame Street's upcoming season and beyond. And prior to joining the Sesame Street family, Kim had been a producer for over 11 years. She spent the majority of her career as a daytime TV producer working for Telepictures, NBC, and Paramount Pictures, and producing several national daytime talk shows, including The Queen Latifah Show, The John Walsh Show, and The Montel Williams Show. Kim has a BA in radio and TV from the George Washington University. She lives in northern New Jersey with her husband and 2 children. Kim, thanks so much for being here today.
Thank you again for having me.
Awesome. All right. And we are going to watch a reel from Kim. Wow, beautiful. Just a round of applause for all of you phenomenal women. Thank you for sharing your work. Let's dive in. Let's dive in. So Melanie, Sonia, Kim, Pilar, we are Black women in animation. And I know a lot of folks, not our KingstOOn family, but a lot of folks in the US where we are can only count maybe one other Black female animator or producer or even exec that they know or have worked with. So it can be an isolating journey. We are often, right, the only one in the room. So we really want to take this time and create the space for us to talk about our lived experiences. And I think also, you know, our hopes for the future. 2020 was a big year in many ways. And animation, we all found out, is a recession and pandemic proof. So there's a lot going on in the zeitgeist. And I'm looking forward to you all enlightening us with your insights. So I want to start off, kick us off with Melanie. Melanie, you come into this world of animation from children's books, which is so great. I'm wondering, like, who do you do this for? What made you want to take, this job at Netflix and get into animation specifically? Like, who are you doing it for?
Yeah. So before I worked at Netflix, I was in Atlanta and I worked at Cartoon Network. And actually when I was there, I was like, I don't really like cartoons, but like, whatever, I'm kind of here. And then I had my daughter. So I got the job at Netflix in 2016 and I had my daughter a month after I started at Netflix. So I moved from Atlanta to LA, started, and then had my daughter. And it was almost instantly that I was like, oh no, I care about this. I care about what I'm about to be playing for her and who she's going to be seeing on the screen. And so it just changed my perspective about what I do. And so that's actually why I wrote my books. I wrote it for her because I was like, I'm not seeing what I want for you. So I said, okay, I'll make it myself. And so now I'm grateful to have this job and to be able to have all of that background and passion when I come into a pitch meeting or when I'm, looking at projects. It's all about her, really. It's her in the back of my mind of making sure that, would I be proud to stand behind this if she's watching it. And so that carries over to me, right? I do it for her. I do it for me and the little girl, years ago when I was looking on the screen and didn't see myself. And everyone else who looks like she and I. That's, all of the motivation for me is making sure people around the world who look like me can see themselves, and even people who don't, right? Like I'm passionate about diverse representation on screen in different ways, whether that's race, ethnicity, gender, socioeconomic status, just running the gamut. It's for everyone who hasn't seen themselves.
Yes, and I know a few of us on this call have daughters and can relate to that sentiment and that driving force and motivation. Sonia, when you started your animation journey, or maybe in the earlier part of your career, did someone see you and say, hey, I want to invest in you, hey, I want to champion you, or did you always have to see yourself? Because I think now we're in a time, right, where representation is either said to be or is it really a priority. We'll talk about that. But a lot of you are in these seats of power now and influence, and now people are looking to you. But when the journey started, what was that like? Like, Sonia, for you, did someone see you and want to champion you, or was it always like, you know what, I'm self-taught, I'm gonna get myself in these rooms, I'm gonna live out my dream and passion, and was it all on you?
Yeah, I definitely started to get a taste of that in university because I wanted to be on the technical side of theater, and it was all just me and usually a bunch of guys crawling around on catwalks. And it continued into, because I really wanted to have a technical role inside of the studio. So first, on the Ren and Stimpy show, I was offered a receptionist position, and that was my foot in the door, but I knew I could at least get in the door and start. So definitely self-taught on the technical side. And then, you just highly motivated to stay at the same level as many people who just did not look like me and maybe did not want to share that kind of knowledge. So I taught myself, and it was never a downer. I always felt pretty confident that I could prove myself. It was actually a big challenge. Like, if I can just beat that guy over there, that's going to make me feel better at night. So yeah, definitely nobody pointed me out and said, let's give her a chance, but I made my own.
Yeah, you certainly made your own. And I know there's a lot of projects that you're proud of, like The Princess and the Frog, and so much work that you've done to further representation on screen for us. And do you wish that there had been someone that was there that was like, hey, I'm gonna support you? Do you see more of that now? You're doing it now with the Animation Lounge. what do you wish kind of might have been there for you as support?
Right now in this moment, because I do have two sides of myself right now. I am working on a Netflix series, my second one, which I'm allowed to talk about since Netflix is on the line. I'm like, oh, but it didn't have a press release, so I can talk about it. So I have that side of myself where I'm producer on a Netflix series again, and then the Animation Lounge. So on the series side, as a producer, I think for the first time this year, and I have to give a ton of props to Netflix, because definitely feeling like even if I don't want to take the seat at the table, they're like holding out the chair and like, Sonia, get in here. They want my voice, they want my opinion. They will stop a meeting so that I can be heard, because I do have a lot of maybe imposter syndrome, where I just kind of naturally hold back, like no one wants to hear what I have to say. But this year, people are stopping to hear my voice, which is pretty cool. And in the Animation Lounge, I think sponsorship is everything, and it was just an idea that I had in a bar one day, and my sponsor, he's got that confidence and that bigger voice than I do. He is definitely the epitome of who you see in animation. He's that strong white male, and he's been there where having a voice for me where I can't, and getting some doors opened and some articles and recognition. So it's a catch-22, right? I do feel like I have a couple people on my side now where I didn't before. This year has made a huge difference, though, for all that we've been through this year. I feel the difference, and people are taking notice.
That's beautiful. So it sounds like there is a shift that's happening, that's being felt, and I'm glad to hear that folks on this call are working together. Yes. Kim and Pilar, I have questions for each of you. One, for you, Kim, have you started to notice this real shift in the industry, like this aim to be more inclusive of Black female animation talent and producers? And then for you, Pilar, what excites you about this moment in time right now as an educator?
Would you want me to start? I'm definitely seeing a shift. I think, with representation and inclusion being major movements now, I'm seeing that there's a shift, and I feel like we've made some strides. There's like some kind of the landscape is evolving in a sense. But I think we've got a ways to go. I love that we're seeing more of a presence on screen. With characters, and our stories being told. And I think it's great, and it's a great step. I just would love to see more of us, filmmakers, animators of color, women, Black women in particular, in not just behind the scenes, but also in these positions of power and at the top. And that's where I think, like the doors are definitely more open than they used to be, but it's still that getting to that level, and moving to the top is still challenging, and it's still a battle, because people like to hire people that look like them. So until we have more of us at the top and in those positions to make decisions, then we'll really see a big shift, but I think we're getting there, and I think there's a growing number of women interested in animation and doing animation, which is great. And I just hope that they don't get, kind of discouraged in a sense by not seeing, enough of us in those roles. So I think it's just going to be a continual evolution, to get there.
Yeah. Hopefully this panel is a part of that inspiration.
Definitely.
And Pilar, what's exciting you as an educator right now?
Well, it was challenging at first because, of course, like I'm teaching everything I'm teaching 4 college courses online at the City College of New York and the School of Visual Arts. And at first it was scary and challenging, but I'm already like very versed in online learning even before the pandemic. And I suddenly felt empowered to in a digital environment to tell my animation students, look, you have something I never had. I grew up in a world where you needed to have tens of thousands of dollars to develop film, make film negative, optical prints, send it to a lab, etc. Whereas now you could literally pull your cell phone out of your pocket with a free app, literally with your finger, draw animation, and you can send it to a festival, which, by the way, I have a friend that did that and it got on TV. So my whole, like, that's my mantra. I'm like, you don't even need a animation job anymore to get your work out there. And a large percentage of my students are women, and a large percentage of my students are Black and brown. And it makes me really, really excited to see them excited. And I have a really huge amount of my students, that former students, that email me and contact me and say, look at this animation I'm doing. Like, one of my students is like doing a series. So I'm getting really excited. I'm starting an animation collective and like a monthly animation challenge, and a lot of, especially the City College students that are very like underrepresented, they're really excited, and I'm working on things together with them. And I don't know if I answered your question in any way, shape, or form.
It does. One, excited about the opportunities that this generation and your students have, and also to collaborate with them. I think this next generation, be in part because of their access to technology, like they can just do it. You are an animator today, you can be one. And you, even as their professor, which is, I've come and I've seen a showcase with your students. One, they are all so talented. And this was years ago, pre-pandemic, but
feels like years ago.
Yeah, but they're so talented, and the way that you believe in them and the joy that I see that comes from you in being in community with them. And a lot of these, again, are like Black and brown artists. How do you maintain, I feel, and you can be like, you are so wrong, but I feel like you have a sense of joy, one, just for the art form, but your students, and in this industry where we do not see, as Kim was saying, Black women being represented in the seats of power. We have maybe one mainstream show like the Backyardigans that was actually created by a Black woman that did all of these seasons. Maybe there's some more in development, hopefully, but really, for us, we're making up just us. There's thousands of us, and like we are not really visible. So I don't get the sense from you ever that it feels dismal, even though it kind of is. Like from you, I always feel that joy. How do you keep that? How do you maintain that? How do you share that with everybody that's watching right now? Really?
For me, well, yeah. So, thank you. Yeah, and it is like sort of like so like underrepresented, right? And but my joy comes from every single time I see my students achieve something or come away with a love of animation. That brings me so much joy. So there's a film festival called the CUNY Film Festival, City University of New York. We are the flagship campus, City College of New York. So we're talking 25 colleges, and out of 25 colleges, 2 years in a row, we won grand prize. And that brought me so much joy. Like, this is back when you could still be in person, but like we were there, like my students are being photographed by major newspapers. And I mean, I just like stood there and I'm like, this gives me more joy than every animation gig I've ever done, just looking and seeing my students being celebrated. And, just like in terms of like work, I tell them on the first day I teach, I'm like, look, I can't guarantee that you'll ever get a job. And they look at me with like mouths agape, like, isn't this like the opposite of what you're supposed to be telling me? And I'm like, no, like, don't let whether you work in a studio or not define you. Because whether you get a job or not in a studio, which would be great, you have the technology to start a YouTube channel, Vimeo, a blog, and get your work out there. You have that technology. You have an audience, the internet, just depending on how you get it out there. So it's just sort of like, for me, it's like less of them getting work and more of them having the joy of creating their own animation, which is how I came up. I went to Rhode Island School of Design, and they said, look, we're not going to teach you how to get a job. What? we're going to teach you how to be an animator. We're going to teach you how to be a filmmaker, how to make a film from start to finish. And that's the joy that I instilled in my students, because at Rhode Island School of Design, they encouraged us. They took our films and put them into film festivals for us. And they said, Pilar, guess what? You got into the Black Mariah Film Festival. What? And that gave them joy. And that gave me joy, just seeing like my work on the screen. So the first time my students got into a film festival and I like looked at their faces as their work played on the screen, and just seeing their eyes, like I've never seen my work be playing on a screen with an audience, that gave me so much joy. Like I could not describe. Anyway, I hope I answered your question.
Yes, of course you did. And that surreal feeling of, wow, like I am a filmmaker, I am an artist. And I love what just the heart of what you're saying is that we as Black women, as, you know, Black folks, we deserve to just be artists and be able to create and work that resonates with us, work that is reflective of our lived experience, and just that joy. Thank you for sharing it, because I think we, at least from my experience, you know, the struggles that I've had or family struggles and just trying to make it, it can be hard to say I'm going to press on as an artist. Yeah. And so, you know, Kim, you come from live action, also TV, mixing in animation. How'd you carve out your path as an animation producer?
But it was a very unusual journey, especially because I started in daytime talk shows, which is an unusual, I did a 180 basically. But, you know, honestly, going back to something Melanie said, motherhood actually ended up causing the shift for me. And I, you know, the jobs that I was working and producing at those shows, very long hours, hectic, you know, I was doing everything from true crime stories to high-end makeover show, you know, high production, you know, so all different, all hours of the night. Couldn't do that anymore. So I had my son in 2008 and I'm like, what can I do? You know, I need to, you know, now I have a child. So my what I was thinking about started changing, you know, and like Melanie said, you're thinking about what your children and your child is going to be watching as well. So I ended up freelancing for a while. I got an informational interview at Sesame Street, and it was just informational. There was no job at the time, but I met the executive producer. She and I had a connection. We hit it off, but again, there was no job. So I just kind of kept in touch with her for probably over a year until she called one day and there was a freelance position for a film producer. I didn't even know what that, like, what is a film producer at Sesame Street, you know? But it ended up being freelance for 6 months and commissioning the films and animations. And it ended up 4 months in, it turned into a staff position. And I had a little bit of film background, not a whole lot. I was going to get my master's or planning to get my master's and had started the program at NYU for film studies. I thought maybe I wasn't quite sure what I wanted to do with it. But again, I didn't have a lot of film. I was definitely more from a producer background. And she's like, you know what, I'm going to sometimes you have to take a chance. And we just connected. And that's how I kind of got into it. And now I'm just celebrated 10 years. I can't believe it's gone that that fast. But when I will say that when I got in there, you know, I really made it my mission to change kind of the landscape of the films and animations that were being commissioned. I mean, we definitely had some good stuff coming in and great people that we worked with. But when I looked at the overall picture, it's mostly men, mostly white men, and whether it be animation or live action. And I'm like, there's definitely got to be a way to expand this and bring some content creators of color and more women and, you know, just diversify it in general, not just in, you know, and make it even more international. So I just kind of started to really figure out what film festivals I could go to and what people I could meet and what schools we could even work with. You know, we've worked with Tisch now, commissioned films from students, which has been great. So I wanted to, and that's just something that keeps evolving, and I keep working to kind of build on that. So that's been
beautiful.
Great.
Yeah, which is great for our KingstOOn family to know. It's like, Kim is looking for you.
Yes, I want to see your work. and I think that really is one of the first steps, is that, some of our young, and this goes for young filmmakers and animators in general, but specifically talking about young filmmakers and animators of color, just knowing that the opportunities are there, that's half the battle. Like a lot of us just don't know, I wouldn't have known that, hey, I can pitch an idea to Sesame Street. I think most people think that we probably produce all of our animations and live action films in-house. Like, why would you not think that, No, but we're looking for, actively looking for new animators and filmmakers, and it's not out of the question that they could be students or recent grads, so it's all are welcome.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited for this next generation of Black women in animation, because of y'all, because of everybody on this panel. Sonia, what would you like to say to this next generation of animated storytellers, specifically Black women, as we talk about, us forging a path and really having a place in this industry, and them coming behind the groundwork of all of you?
I think just getting everybody, including people my age, to be honest, but a sense of you can have it, knowing you can call him at Sesame Street and, take those full calls. I think we are still hiding somewhere out in the shadows, afraid to take those steps forward. I think asking for what you want, sometimes I'm like, I could have just asked for that. And, I think that's something I teach in my classes now. Is like, you belong everywhere. You are equal. You don't have to hide in the shadows. And if you never let people know you're out there, nobody's going to know you're out there. So just opening up a portal for yourself, like with putting your own little films on YouTube or Instagram or TikTok, suddenly you've opened up an opportunity, whereas just hiding in your home, falling into the patterns that we do, just feeling a little bit insecure about, asking and taking a piece of what we want. There's a whole bunch of the animation pie, especially, and we're not even having a crumb yet. So yeah, I'm just trying to encourage bravery, and that's something just because I'm learning it myself. It's so important. That's the first step. Make yourself known, get out, get into that, that world that you want to be in. And don't be just sitting there waiting to be invited. You have to go get it. So that's a big part of my lessons right now.
Ooh, a word. Okay. Yes. Preach, Sonia. So from this panel, our collective 2021 and beyond resolution is out of the shadows, be brave. That's what everybody's going to take away. Thank you. That's awesome. And Melanie, so now, as a network exec, you're over at Netflix. Are you finding, or just in your career more recently, we don't have to speak to your now experience, but are you finding that, with time, you've been able to bring more and more of yourself unapologetically to the rooms that you're in? Maybe you switch a little less. like have you found that over time you can just say, yeah, girl, like this, and people are like, okay, cool, accepted, and you don't have to,
Exactly that. I find myself saying, yeah, girl, a lot in meetings now. It is something that I am consciously doing as well. I'll say, just like Sonia was saying, like, I've experienced imposter syndrome and being the only one in the room and like, am I really supposed to be here? Did y'all know y'all hired me? But this year I was like, yo, I'm here. So, and I say this all the time, the best version of me, and everyone I would assume, but the best version of me is when I am myself. I think I'm really smart and I have a lot to offer, but when I am trying to be someone else for the sake of the room, then you're not getting what I'm here for. So it's something that I'm consciously and actively trying to do and work on and bring myself and bring myself authentically and unapologetically just how I am. And so I had an experience of a few months ago. I don't know time anymore, but it was a while ago. I was in a meeting and it was one of the first times that I decided to state my opinion the way I had it, and not try to filter it and say it in a way that was nice for the room. And I did it, and I got this message from one of my colleagues, and she said, the way you're expressing yourself right now is really dynamic, and it feels like true leadership. Like, I just want you to know, like, I'm really reacting to how you're expressing yourself. And I was like, that's what I need to hear, right? Like, when I'm being myself, that's actually the most impactful. And that was the reinforcement of me. So now when I'm in meetings and I have a moment and I think about that message, then I'm like, yep, I'm going to say it just the way I'm going to say it. And so it's just that, and I'm finding that it's more welcomed now than it's ever been. So it's been a journey, but a good one.
Yeah, thank you for thank you for sharing that and keeping it real. It's so important. I think also, you know, when you're on those bigger stages and platforms at these big companies, and we bring out our whole selves, I think it creates a space where more content creators also, when they come in and pitch, if they're bringing their whole selves, it's not so new, right? When they come in and they're like, this is where I'm from, this is what we do. If they're speaking another language, whatever, it's like, oh, okay, cool. This is what our inside looks like. So yeah, let's bring in this diverse talent and let's really push to attract them. Awesome. So is that equity, Kim? Is that equity? Are we moving towards that? What's your vision for equity in animation now in 2021 and beyond?
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, just giving people the opportunity, or animators of color and more women, the opportunity to tell their stories, to tell our stories, you know, and tell them openly, and show people that, you know, we have these great positive and uplifting stories to tell, you know, I think is key. You know, I'd love to see, obviously, like, more diversity on the back end, like I mentioned, you know, and behind the cameras and in these positions of power. But, you know, like we had Sesame Workshop, we have this program, the Writers Room, which really helps bring in new writers of color, you know, and young people as well, and which is great. And I'm thinking, like, one of my personal plans, I'd love to have something, or put something in place that's similar, but for animators of color. So maybe it's like an animation apprentice program. I'm kind of making this name up now, but, you know, something where we can really give some young people the opportunity to let their work get out there, you know, and give them a chance to partner with some tried and true animators that, you know, we've been working with for years. And, you know, I just feel like the more mentorship that we have, and giving opportunities for young people to network, like, if we can keep building on all of that, that would be great. You know, just the fact that, you know, letting young people know that we have these opportunities, and these opportunities exist. So I'd like to see that trend continue. And if I could just tell this really quick story, like, you know, I went to a couple years now, the Martha's Vineyard African American Film Festival, and I met these two young men at the time. They were 16 and 19, and their film was screening there. This is a few years back, and they were just so excited to come up and see if I could, you know, look at their work. I had missed the actual screening. It had screened the day before, but long story short, met them. They were just the nicest young guys. One still in high school, obviously. One was, like, I think, a freshman at the time at Morehouse. And it was Dreadhead Films was the name of their company. And I got an email from them, like, after getting back from the festival, and they were like, Mrs. Wright, I don't know if you'll remember us, you know, but we just loved meeting you, and thank you for, you know, looking at our work, and we'd love to be part of the process, you know. And I could explain to them how our RFP commissioning process worked, and, like, in case you didn't remember us, here's a picture of us. My dad took of us talking to you, and it was so sweet, and it was just so endearing. And They were just great. And you know what? I included them in the RFP process. They pitched along with a dozen other filmmakers and animators. Some I had worked with before, some that I had not. And their pitch was selected. And they did a number 6 film for us, and then went on to do more work for us. They did some Elmo's World montages, and and they just took the initiative. They were advocates for themselves. They weren't afraid to just get in there and go for it. And I think that those are the opportunities, or that's what we need to reinforce to a lot of our young people, that these opportunities are there, and you never know you have to take the chance, and you have to speak up for yourself.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that story. Get out of the shadows, be brave.
Yes, it goes back to that mantra. Yes.
Yes. Thank you, ladies, so much for all of your insights, sharing your personal stories. I wish we could go on for hours and hours, but I know we have just a few minutes left together. So as we close, I'd love for each of you to respond to the question, as a Black woman in animation, what are you most looking forward to in this moment? So I will start us off with Melanie.
It's probably echoing what everyone has said. I think I'm looking forward to Black women coming to the forefront and being unapologetic and being brave and stepping out of the shadows and telling the stories that they want to tell, and being in the positions that we haven't been in before. I love when I get a pitch from a Black woman and it's a story that blows me away. It's something I haven't seen before, and it has specificity and uniqueness and flavor and style and all of that. I'm like, yes, that's what we need. So I'm excited for more of that from us and from so many people who haven't been able to be in those positions and tell those stories. So I'm definitely looking forward to that.
Beautiful. Pilar, you want to jump in?
I think that what I would love to, what I'm looking forward to is really just, I have several projects coming down the pike. And one of the things I love doing is I love hiring Black and brown women to work on it. And my work, future project coming up are all stories that represent Black women. Like my most recent story is about a young girl that draws cartoons. Like, there's so many of those out there. I literally wrote that for myself. So I'm looking forward to hiring and bringing on Black voices, especially women.
Beautiful. Sonia, what are you most looking forward to in this moment?
I think I would like to see this moment live on, is what I'm looking for. I mean, this year I've seen like voice talent, our script writers, directors, those big creative roles being awarded to Black, young and older, not just young, but old people like me too. Just being awarded, and again, I just keep saying it, like just given a seat at that table that we never had before. And it's so strong in this moment. I don't want it to fizzle out. Sometimes things are like the flavor of the month, and it's a knee-jerk reaction to what's happening, in the big picture in the world for equality for us. So I would love to see it live on. It's amazing. It's an amazing moment. I feel so welcome and warm and wanted, like never before. And also reaching out to talent that we never would have before, and awarding roles that whatever's happening in the last 6 months, I want that to just be the norm. Just us being in the room all the time, to just have it be normal. So that's my wish.
Beautiful. Thank you. All right, Kim.
Oh, okay. I guess I will have to say I'm just really looking forward to continuing to commission and try and partner with as many new up and coming young content creators of color as possible. I mean, it's still my mission. I want to, I've met so many great people along the way at events like KingstOOn and, just new animators that I'd love. I'm excited to see more of their work and get to, have them share their stories, because the stories, their stories and their short films are giving our show the diversity that, that it needs, whether it's a child's accent in a Jamaican film, Jamaican artist that did a film for us, or, just really having the different cultures represented and on screen, seeing a little glimpse into their world. And it just gives our film so much more flavor and authenticity to diversity. So I'm just looking forward to all of that. And I will say, on a personal level, I have some of my own ideas that I'd love to get out there. And I'm trying to work with a couple of our animators and make that happen too, and tell some of my own stories. So lots to look forward to. I hope it's going to be a good year for everybody.
Yes. Wow. Thank you for powerful, beautiful Black women, for just sharing your hearts and spirits with us. What I'm taking away from this panel, our conversation, is that there is room for all of us, and you are really laying out the red carpet for this next generation to be able to walk into the rooms authentically, and also know that, yes, there's space for you inside of the studios that are being made, and there is room for us to work together outside of them and champion our own projects and do this work for the love of it, and touch people in that way. So I am more than inspired. Thank you, Melanie. Thank you, Sonia. Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Pilar. And we'll see all of you next time.
viewers from wherever you are in the world, welcome again to KingstOOn 2021 Animation Conference and Film Festival, the virtual edition. This is the moment we have all been waiting for, the awards ceremony. Now, this is our fourth successful staging of the event, and I'd like to invite Mr. Robert Reed, animation specialist out of the Office of the Prime Minister, to give us an overview of the festival so far. Please welcome Robert.
Good afternoon, everyone. The KingstOOn team is super excited to see the fruits of months and months of hard work culminating in today in the closing and award ceremony. We could not have done it without you guys. So thank you so much for being a part of KingstOOn. So let me tell you a little about how it all started and how we ended up where we are now. KingstOOn competitions opened back in October of last year, and there were 4 categories, specifically for Caribbean creators: storyboard category, the character design category, the short film category, and the concept category. And we had also opened competitions internationally to everyone, where we had categories in special effects film, student film, short film, and international feature films. And we opened competitions on a platform which is very secure. It's called the Film Freeway, which is sort of like the one-stop shop for submitting to animation festivals all over the world. The rules and regulations were placed on Film Freeway and on our website for everyone to see. So months and months passed, and in February, we extended the deadline once, because we received a lot of international entries, but we realized that we wanted to get some more, local and Caribbean entries. And also persons were asking for an extension. So we provided that to them, and during the extension, persons were allowed to refine and resubmit their entries. So we closed competitions in March. Of note, I wanted to let you know that, and this is important, in KingstOOn 2013, we received 135 entries from the Caribbean and from Jamaica. And fast forward to 2021, we received 2,165 entries from 105 countries. Yay! So, we have come a long way. We have come a long way, and it demonstrates to us, the project and the World Bank and the Office of the Prime Minister that KingstOOn is growing. It's becoming more international, recognized. So I wanted to let you know that US came out on top with 186 entries, and Jamaica was 6th with 100 entries. Not bad. We also noted that this year we received a little decline in the Caribbean entries in 2019 compared to 2019. And so we started asking around, why this was so. And we were told that many of the students in the Caribbean, you would go to the animation universities and use their computer labs to do their shows. But because of the COVID-19 scenario and the lockdowns, they were unable to do so. So that was one reason. And the other reason was that, when you're working on animation shows and television series and short films, you have to work together. You have to interact, So this was not possible because of the COVID-19 social distancing and measures. And also, COVID dampened our creativity, mentally. So it affects us all. So, but when we started judging, we realized something very, very important. We had 9 local judges from Jamaica and 7 international experts who rated all the 2,000 entries. And each entry was rated by 3 judges. The judges eliminated, entries like live action films, films that contained expletive language or nudity or discrimination against any race or gender or relation. All those were taken out. And then the top 5 scoring entries of each category were selected as the finalists. So here you are today. Congratulations for being here. You're all winners. And other than the finalists, we have selected films for the KingstOOn Film Festival, which was showcased this year. So what is important to note, though, that we have been observing and looking at all the films over the past couple of years, since 2013, the first KingstOOn, and we realized that there was a significant improvement in the quality of the stories, great designs, and just great animations. They just keep getting better and better. And the stories that are being told are more marketable to a global audience. So we wish to say thank you to all the judges who spent hours and hours, over 1,000 hours of evaluating these entries, and commendations to all the finalists who made it this far. You are all winners. Thank you so much, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you so very much for that, Robert. We couldn't agree more. And I'd also like to add my own thanks and congratulations to all the judges who gave us their expert opinions in this competition. So even though KingstOOn is virtual this year, that did not stop us from having some red carpet shenanigans earlier. And I had the chance to have a quick chat with some of our creators, the sponsors, and experts on our virtual red carpet. Let's have a look at this. We have some veteran KingstOOn stars taking the red carpet. Ladies and gentlemen, George Hay is stepping up to the red carpet right now, looking lovely and well dapper. Two-time first place winner of KingstOOn in 2014 and 2016 as well for Best Character Design. And back in 2019, he tied for the second place with the animation Lab Rat. Remember that concept for persons who were at that one? Trust me, it was so memorable. And he tied for Lab Rat in the concept category as well. So, Mr. George, how are you doing, sir? I want to brush off your jacket and all of that, you know? You look dapper though. Who are you wearing?
I'm wearing George. My characters.
No, listen, George, I mean, you've had a wonderful time since entering KingstOOn for so many years. How has it been for you? How has entering KingstOOn transformed your whole life?
Well, I mean, the first time I entered was in 2013, and it's been a lovely ride since then. I've been entering every year that they've had KingstOOn. I've entered and I've won something.
Yeah.
I won twice, and then I won for last year. I won last year also.
Yeah. So that was amazing. And I saw that you were commissioned by Caribbean Airlines, I believe, to do that work in the airport. Let's talk about
the
that.
The mural.
Yeah.
Right. I was commissioned to do the mural, which was running the length of the concourse on the departure lounge.
Yeah.
Going to the airport.
And it really just, was telling the story of the Jamaican experience.
Yeah, it was basically what they wanted to show was a slice of the Caribbean experience.
Yeah.
So there was a whole series of scenes showing different Caribbean life.
Yeah.
Basically.
We have a number of finalists this year, George, and I know you must have some word of advice for them because you've been in the seat before. So what do you have to say to them?
Go at it. Enjoy yourself, because it's you can't explain. I just can't explain how much fun it is. I mean, and the thing is, you actually make a lot of headway in your career and so on. I mean, you'd be surprised. I mean, one year you've entered, and before you know it, somebody contacts you. In my case, it was with Caribbean Airlines.
Yeah.
I got contacted to do a major project and so on. So you never know.
You never know.
Stuff will happen.
You never know.
Yeah, stuff
well,
will
congratulations again on everything that you've accomplished thus far, George. We're looking forward to much more from you. That was George Hay, guys. Wow, love it. Lab Rat wearing George. Go ahead, sir, all the way inside for the final ceremony. The stars have all aligned here on the red carpet at KingstOOn 2021. And virtually we have a star who's been with KingstOOn since the inception, Doug Little, Senior Public Relations Manager at Wacom. Hi, Doug.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? Good to be here.
I'm very good. I love your shirt. Very red carpet friendly. Love it.
Thank you. You look pretty snazzy yourself.
Thank you. Thank you, Doug. Doug, you have to tell me why you keep coming back to KingstOOn year after year after year. This is your third year, Doug.
Yes, it is. I mean, we got started with KingstOOn a long time ago. We were at the very first one, actually. It came through Dio and Williams at the World Bank in Jamaica, and a good friend of ours up at Capilano University, Don Perro. That's how we got involved, and we've been involved in every KingstOOn since.
Amazing. Doug, every year we see new contestants coming in. What are your thoughts? What are your recommendations for this year's contestants as we get to that final award?
Well, I just wish all the contestants good luck, and it's always happy to be presenting here. And we've sponsored the event for many years, and there's 3 lucky people that will be receiving Wacom products from us. So we're excited to do that.
I'm excited for that too, Doug. And Wacom and KingstOOn, a beautiful combination, beautiful match there. What are you looking forward to most for the next couple of years from KingstOOn and this beautiful partnership with Wacom?
Well, first of all, I hope we can come back in person. We were there 2 years ago before the pandemic. And so hopefully next time we'll be there in person, and we'll be able to offer more and have everybody try our gear out. So that's a good time.
Well, here what? Doug, it's very, very good to see you again, my friend. Please keep safe. I would ask you for a red carpet swirl, but you could give me this instead. Yeah? You could give me this instead. There we go. Thank you so much, Doug Little. All the very best, and we'll see you again next year.
All right. Thank you very much. Take care, everybody.
Our virtual red carpet right here at KingstOOn 2021 is ablaze with stars. And my next star to take the stage is Mr. Tristan Elaine, Senior Sales Promotions Officer for Jampro. Jampro, they are sponsors for KingstOOn. Tristan, I didn't see that a while ago. You want to make sure I just see the inside of that jacket, please? Yeah, because I'm seeing it's matching with your shoes and your socks, Tristan, good to see you.
Good to see you.
And thank you.
By the way.
Oh, I had to come out. It's KingstOOn. But Tristan, Jampro film, I mean, it doesn't require much explanation, but let's talk about why Jampro found it necessary to come on board for KingstOOn for another year.
Sure. Thanks for that question. Jampro and film and animation definitely go hand in hand. Jampro's mandate is to support, promote, and facilitate business opportunities in the different priority industries, and of course film and animation are priority industries for the country. And so we have partnered with KingstOOn since the inception up until now, organizing business-to-business meetings for the animators. Since then, the journey has taken us to KidScreen in Miami, to MIPCOM in France, and this is opportunities that became available because the animators were able to show their stuff at the industry festival.
Yeah.
So we'd love to see more of that happen this year.
Yeah,
as well.
I love that. And any word on the commitment of Jampro to KingstOOn for the future stagings?
We'll always be committed to Jampro, with the partnership of the World Bank, with YEDI. That doesn't end with KingstOOn, and it's continued throughout the years, so you can expect that to continue.
Love that. Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Tristan Elaine, he is the Senior Sales Promotions Officer for Jampro, so you can strut yourself all the way inside the ceremony.
Thank you.
Lots of excitement right here on the virtual red carpet for KingstOOn 2021. And we have to straighten up now, ladies and gentlemen, because we have royalty in our midst. We have the one, the only Marjorie Newland, Project Manager of YEDI, host of KingstOOn Animation and Film Festival. Marjorie, my darling, you look fabulous. Can you just give us a twirl, please? We have to see the outfit. Oh, Lord. Oh, love this. Oh, wow. Who are you wearing? You're wearing Marjorie. You have to tell him in the microphone. Tell him in the microphone once more.
I'm doing Marjorie, just like George was doing George.
We love it. We love it. We want to, get in on the line as well. But Marjorie, wow. Let me say congratulations on another staging this year, a new concept, a new format, a new rollout. And I think to myself, after 3 years, how can you step it up after this? Because this is going to be a hard one to come, to take it to another level from. But, I mean, how has it been for YEDI with the execution of KingstOOn, especially this year going virtual?
Yeah, well, I have to say, Debbie, that we're very proud of the achievements that we have made on KingstOOn over the years. As you know, the first KingstOOn was hosted by the World Bank, and that was a small affair compared to what we're doing this year, right? The event has grown tremendously over the year. The first year of KingstOOn, there were 300 submissions to the competition. This year, we have in excess of 2,000 admissions.
Gosh.
So that alone gives you some idea of the development and the growth of the event over time.
Yeah. And with the new submissions this year, some persons would have just, been hearing about KingstOOn. For persons who don't understand what Yedai means, let's break that down and tell them the role of Yedai in KingstOOn.
Okay, so Yedai is a project of the government of Jamaica in collaboration with the World Bank. The project started in 2014, in the latter part of 2014, so we're like 6 years old. And the intention really was to create, to upskill young people in the areas of the digital industries and particularly in animation. I think we have come quite a ways. We still have a way to go, I think. But I believe that the opportunities that we have created for our young people, both in the animation sphere and in other digital spheres, have really opened their eyes to some of the possibilities. And I also believe that when we look at, when they look at the work that is being done internationally, it provides them with a good benchmark to judge what they have done and what they're capable of doing and what they need to do.
Yes.
So I think from that perspective, the program has been a really great success.
It has been. And especially this year, we have so many submissions from all over the world. I mean, KingstOOn is really a cultural melting pot. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
And actually, in the face-to-face events that we have had before, we have met so many fabulous people. Right? When I got into this in 2015, believe me, I had no idea what I was getting into. But it has been a great ride.
Yeah.
And we have done a lot. We still, as I said, there's so much more to be done. But I think the creatives need to now take to grab hold of the opportunities that are presented to them and run with it, because we're not going to be here forever.
For sure. Thank you so much. Wise words there from Marjorie Newland. Auntie Marjorie, thank you so much for being here with us. Congratulations again on another stellar execution. You're looking fabulous. You want to say something else to them?
Just to say thank you to all of the people who have been working so very hard behind the scenes. You're the ones who never get seen. Right? We're seeing the product of the animators' work, but we're not seeing the people in the background, all of the paper pushers like myself, and everybody who has contributed to this effort. It has been very challenging over the last 18 months to pull this together. And I think I just want to say thank you and kudos to everybody for a job well done.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you for that. That's the reason why we appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. Marjorie Newland, project manager of Yedai. You can strut yourself all the way down to the red carpet. KingstOOn is an international festival, and in fact, we have an international star joining us, Peter Shantanakone, all the way from Thailand. He was the first place short film winner for the KingstOOn International Animation Film Competition back in 2019 for the piece Midnight Story. Hi, Peter. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very good. Can you remember, Peter, what that was like when you heard your name announced as the first place winner?
I was very surprised. So I was quite shocked, and I didn't have anything prepared to even say. So it was really exciting.
Do you remember what you
For
ended
sure.
up saying?
I think so. I think it was recorded somewhere. So I did watch it again at home.
That's amazing. Now, Midnight Story. I mean, that's such a great name. Everybody can relate to a Midnight Story. So let's talk about what that means now for you and how the film has transformed your life.
Yeah, for sure. It's winning that award and then getting to more festivals. Really helped get my name recognition and internationally. So that's been really awesome.
Awesome. Peter, do you have any advice for our finalists for this year? We have 40 finalists this year, Peter. 40, like 40. Yeah, that
Wow.
many of them.
That's amazing. Yeah, I mean, there can only be one winner, but that doesn't mean your journey's over. You can continue making work. Meet people, have some mentors. The people that you meet are going to be really important. The animation world is very small, so you can always get feedback, and you always will probably see these people again at some point. So, always stay humble and always take feedback and continue pushing and continue working on things. So that's definitely the advice I give.
Great advice. I love that. Thank you so much, Peter Shantanakon, all the way from Thailand. All the very best for you for the future. We have another superstar taking the red carpet right here at KingstOOn, Danielle Parchment. She's a first place character design winner for KingstOOn Emerging Animated Content Competition back in 2019 for the animation, and Jamaicans will love to hear this, the Duppy Conqueror. Danielle, how are you?
I'm good. I'm glad to be here.
Danielle, let me tell you from now. I mean, somebody looking at you now for the first time, they will not believe that you did a piece called The Duppy Conqueror, honestly. How did the concept come about?
Well, the concept came about when I was like a little girl. My parents used to carry me to my grandma's house in Portland, and my grandma had like 2 gravestones outside her house. So like I was always scared of that.
Okay.
And yeah.
And so you conquered, that fear?
No. I didn't conquer this fear at all. It's just that I wish somebody took my place to conquer the fear of Duppy's ghost.
Yeah. Exactly. I'm very happy you said ghost because, Duppy, the concept of Duppy is kind of Caribbean, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, and African, yeah. But it's ghosts for many persons who may be wondering what a Duppy is.
Yeah.
Yeah. How did you feel, when your name was announced as a first place winner back in 2019?
I felt really happy and surprised because I'm just like, I was up against like my friends that are really good. So like for me to win and then after that getting to go to Capilano, like that was just the best experience.
Major. Yeah. And I'm sure that was life-changing for you. Are you working on anything else right now?
Well, I am working on stuff. I just can't say what it is.
All
right. But you can look out for it hopefully in the near future. But exciting things.
Well, thank you, Danielle. I'm looking forward to seeing much more coming from you. Maybe another Duppy story, no?
Maybe the same Duppy story.
Maybe the same Duppy story. I love that. Thank you so much, Danielle Parchment. Thank you for talking to us about your project, and all the very best for you. Go on inside, honey. Take a seat. Oh, we have all the big names walking this red carpet today, guys. We have Dr. Mariel Barrow Megan. She's a Cultural and Creative Industries Innovation Fund Coordinator at the Caribbean Development Bank. Doctor, hi, how are you?
I am doing great. Thank you. How are you?
I am very good. You are looking fabulous.
Thank you.
The Caribbean Development Bank, they're one of our sponsors for KingstOOn 2021. Why did you decide this year to come on board?
Well, this is not our first year of sponsorship. This is indeed our second year of sponsorship. In the interim, the Cultural and Creative Industries Innovation Fund was formed. And so we really felt it necessary to continue this endeavor, as KingstOOn is one of the premier animation festivals in the region. So we're really, really excited to partner on this project. And we are happy to support the works of our animation creative practitioners in the region. It's really, really critical and important to us.
Absolutely. And animation as an industry is blooming and blossoming, and we're finding a number of young creative minds getting into the field as well. Let's talk about the growth of animation overall and the Caribbean Development Bank's support for that growth.
Absolutely. So we hosted an animation accelerator ourselves in partnership with Anime Carib in Trinidad in 2019. And we had over 25 participants from across the region participating from over 6 or 9 countries, I believe, from the region. And so it's a really exciting field. In that accelerator, it was a 360-degree accelerator. So it was both animation and game design. So using one concept, they came up with an animated series as well as a game. And we think that that's a really groundbreaking approach. And we are happy to see our practitioners develop in that way.
Yeah, and the competition this year was really, really, really a stiff one. We had so many entries and 40 finalists. Doc, do you have any words for them? I'm sure you have some thought, about the performance overall and something that they can use for the future.
Certainly. So I believe that if you have reached this stage, you are already a winner. And what I would like to say to our creative practitioners, you all are our future in the region. You all are, the path forward for us as nations to develop our mark in the world. So I want you to all see yourselves as such and to have the confidence to go forward boldly, to present your concepts and your ideas with integrity and with boldness. So I'm really excited to see the work that they are putting forward. And we are really, really excited to support them in growing their field and themselves individually.
Beautifully said. Thank you so much, Dr. Mariel Borrow, Megan from the Caribbean Development Bank. And thank you for your commitment for another year of KingstOOn. And we'll see you next year and the year after that and the year after that and the year after that as well. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
KingstOOn has always pulled in some of the best sponsors, and this next sponsor has been with the festival for the past 3 years. Alex Morrissey, director of SRAM. Hi, Alex. How are you?
Hi, Debbie. I'm doing great.
Good. Third year with KingstOOn. Why do you guys keep coming back?
Well, it's a part of our company. So we started off as a social media business, but we've evolved into doing smaller productions and now branching off into animation.
Yeah. Absolutely. And the animation industry in Jamaica really has grown over the past couple of years, wouldn't you say as well?
For sure. Definitely since we started, there are a lot more emerging studios. And, we're an emerging studio as well.
Yeah.
And we've been doing mostly productions in Southeast Asia, but we are branching out into Jamaica now.
Wow, that's big stuff. And what has it been like, being partnered with KingstOOn?
Oh, it's been great. It's a good opportunity to see the animators out there and just everyone in the industry, because not everyone is an animator. Some persons are character designers, some are illustrators, but they all play a role in animation.
Yeah. What can the competitors, for this year and for the other years to come, bear in mind when doing animations?
It's a process.
Yeah.
It takes time. And it's something that we tell our clients as well, because we're more on the corporate animation side of things, and it's not like a graphic design, or motion graphics. Good animation takes time. It takes months to develop, and they just have to keep that in mind.
We have 40 finalists this year, Alex. Big stuff. Trust me. Do you have any words of advice for them?
Don't give up. Don't necessarily worry about funding. Once you have a good product, you'll get the funding.
The monies will come.
Yeah.
The monies will come. Thank you so much, Alex Morrissey,
Thank you.
director of SRAM. Go on inside, Alex. Take a seat. I am so honored to be in the presence of royalty. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us the one, the only, the amazingly creative and talented Kenya Mattis. She's a first place winner for KingstOOn Emerging Animated Content Competition back in 2019 for the animation, The Adventures of Cam Space Explorer. And let me tell you something, Kenya, I'm having the image, the sound again in my head when we announced you as winner for the competition, first place winners. The whole auditorium erupted. The energy inside that space changed. And congratulations again on that big win, darling.
Thank you so much. It was an amazing evening, and I have to say thank you so much to KingstOOn for the opportunity. And it was not a one-man effort. The entire team at Listen My Caribbean really helped to pull everything together. So thank you so much to them again.
How has your life changed since winning that competition, and the life of the team members as well?
It's actually been an amazing 2 years of growth since then, and because of the KingstOOn competition, we actually pitched and won the opportunity to produce a short film for Sesame Street for their 50th anniversary program. That was an amazing experience, and since then, we have actually gotten now to work further on the development of some animated shorts and some animated features, including the Adventures of Cam. So we're really excited about what's in store.
Do you have any words of advice for them? Anything that you'd like them to bear in mind now before we announce the winners?
It's gonna be, for me, it's kind of a nerve-wracking experience, but it just takes you on such a high. So I would say definitely live in the moment. As much as possible, soak in all the advice from the mentors. KingstOOn has put together a great set of coaches. I learned so much from that experience. And whatever happens in this competition, just remember it's just the beginning. A lot of doors will open up for you after the fact. So just enjoy the experience and soak it all in.
I absolutely love that, and I agree with you completely. I cannot wait until you take us on another adventure. Maybe not outer space, maybe on Earth this time, but we'll see. Thank you so much for joining us. You're looking fab. And red carpet ready on the virtual red carpet. Thank you so much, my darling. All the very best to you. Thank you, Kenya Mattis, for your kind words. Thank you. This virtual red carpet is really turning into a winner's circle. We have a next winner coming to the red carpet right now. His name is Gashwayne Hudson. First place storyboard winner, second place character design winner, and he tied for the second place in the concept category for KingstOOn Emerging Animated Content Competition back in 2019 for the animations. Let me tell you something about this particular piece. It's a Gashwayne. I can remember it. It's called Spectacular Specs.
Yeah,
and we were like,
Specs.
Spectacular Specs? Gashwayne, what is this?
Yeah, so it's a concept that I came up with about a girl with very special glasses. And with that glasses, she can use different types of powers. And that's the story for, the concept.
Yes, a superhero kind of story, right?
Yeah, kind of, in a way.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
love that. But congratulations again for
man,
everything
thank
that you
you.
got for that particular piece. What has the years been like for you since
So,
then?
so I've developed the story to a comic. It's available on Webtoons. You can also check out the Instagram page, Specs. And yeah, I've been working on it so far since. It's been a passion concept of mine. And yeah, I really do like working on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we have some finalists this year. We have all of 40 finalists for this
Yeah.
year. Big number. Do you have
Yeah.
any word of advice for them?
I was thinking about this and I was saying, just approach it as if it's already yours.
Yeah.
Like when I was doing it, I used to joke to my coworkers and friends that I'm going to go collect my prizes, And with that mindset, you kind of just give yourself some confidence that you can go get it. So you're just going to go collect your prizes.
I love that. I'm going to start using that. I'm going to collect my prizes.
Yeah, man.
Gashwayne, thank you so much. Please go on inside. Take a seat
All right, thank you.
for the ceremony. Gashwayne Hudson. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask all of you in the virtual land to stand, please, for the arrival of Dr. Marcia Forbes, chairperson for Phase 3 Productions. Ladies and gentlemen, she is looking absolutely fabulous. Dr. Forbes, you have to give us a twirl. You have to give us a twirl, please. That's right. Mercy. Oh, all of this. All hail the queen. Listen to me. Dr. Forbes, you are looking fabulous.
Thank you, Debbie. As are you with your shark.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, no, I know what it is. I was wondering, but thank you. Thank you for letting me know what it was. Dr. Forbes, Phase 3, I think, is the only media company that really could have pulled off this level of execution in Jamaica. And this is just my personal opinion, for sure. Amazing. Congratulations on being a part of KingstOOn for this year. Let's talk about the partnership with Phase 3 and KingstOOn.
Thank you very much, Debbie, and thank you for those very kind sentiments. The partnership with KingstOOn, it really started in December of last year when we had to go through a couple hundreds of pages of bid document. It was not easy.
Yes.
But here we are today and we are so gratified. We feel really honored to have been selected by the team, World Bank and OPM, for Phase 3 to do this project.
Absolutely. And KingstOOn, in your opinion, Doc, the importance of an animation festival from Jamaica. Let's talk about that for our creatives here.
Debbie, I can tell you from the heart, I was at the very first KingstOOn conference in Jamaica at the conference center. I was working very closely with some of the persons at the World Bank at the time. And so I've actually attended 2 physical KingstOOn conferences at the conference center. The work is amazing. Just getting young people to use the online platforms and to generate real work for themselves. It's something that I think Jamaica owes the World Bank and the OPM that is anchoring this. Now I heard Margaret Marjorie Newland. Yes, Margaret is her niece. Earlier talking. It's just really very gratifying for me to witness.
Yeah, and the standard of execution this year is just phenomenal. We have over 40 finalists. What are you expecting from them for this year?
I'm expecting a lot because Jamaican youth always deliver a lot.
Yes.
A great deal. And in animation, I've already seen little bits and pieces of the motion capture. Caleb, it's awesome.
Yes.
I'm looking at the set and, I know the work of some of these young people. And I'm very gratified that we have stepped up to this level.
Absolutely. I have to ask you, Dr. Forbes, who are you wearing? Because this is just fabulous.
I'm wearing myself. The dress is
Etal.
Yes.
You know, a young Jamaican who gets her stuff made in Nigeria, but she designs them. So the necklace and the dress, but the rest of it is, I think,
yours.
Michael Kors or whomever.
All right. Hey, all right. Big deal. We love that. Thank you so much. Dr. Forbes, please go on inside with your fabulous self.
Thank
the way
you.
inside for the ceremony. Ooh.
Am I doing it
I
properly?
know you're doing it popularly. I
Okay,
love it. I
thank
love
you.
it. I love it. You can twirl again at the end of the... Listen to me. Listen to me. Pause, please. The Queen has arrived. Dr. Marcia Forbes, chairperson for Phase 3 Productions. And we are just about ready for the final ceremony, the award ceremony for KingstOOn 2021. Get ready. We're ready. Let's go. Now, I hope you're paying attention to those inspiring words from our sponsors. You also got a quick look at some of our past winners. And speaking of winners, let's get into the 40 finalists. Let's get to know them even better. We had over 400 entries, and it all came down to these 40 amazing creators. Well, take it away. That was an awesome rundown of our 40 finalists who really pulled out all the stops and gave us top-tier artistry in the competition. Now, these 40 finalists were judged in 8 categories. Emerging Animated Content Competition, Storyboard category open to Caribbean citizens. We also had Emerging Animated Content Competition, Character Design category open to Caribbean citizens. Emerging Animated Content Competition, Caribbean Short Film category open to our Caribbean citizens. KingstOOn International Animated Film Competition, International Special Effects Film category. There was also the International Animated Film Competition, the International Student Film category. Also, International Animated Film Competition for the International Short Film category, and the International Animated Film Competition, International Feature Film category. We also had the Emerging Animated Content Competition Concepts category open to Caribbean citizens. And as you know, the finalists in this category also participated in the exciting Pitch Bootcamp and Pitch Competition finals as well. And now it's time to announce the first winners of the day. And we will start with the Storyboard category.
Category: Caribbean Storyboard. Project: Colors in the Wind by Gabrielle Watts from Jamaica. Finding My Spark by Siobhan Irving from Jamaica. Jellyman Adventures, Jamba's Special Stock by Shaquille Cross from Jamaica. Mango Man by Andre Rankin from Jamaica. Mental by Siobhan Irving from Jamaica.
The second place winner in the Animated Content Competition Storyboard category is... Guys, there is a tie. Yup, you heard me right, a tie. Drum roll, please. The winners are Mental by Siobhan Irving and Colors of the Wind by Gabrielle Watts, both from Jamaica. They will both walk away with a 3-month license of Toon Boom Harmony with the option to exchange for Storyboard Pro and a Wacom Intuos Pro Large courtesy of the Yedai Project. Siobhan and Gabrielle will also be placed on a shortlist for a scholarship to Capilano University's Animation Summer Online Program. Congratulations to Siobhan and Gabrielle. Please give them a big round of applause. And that was our second place winners, okay? And now, for the first place winner in the Animated Content Competition Storyboard category. Are you ready? 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 The winner for this category will walk away with an annual license for Toon Boom Harmony with the option to exchange for Toon Boom Storyboard Pro, a perpetual license for TV Paint Animation 11.5 Professional Edition, and a Wacom Intuos Pro Large courtesy of the Yedai Project. And this person will also be placed on a shortlist for a scholarship to Capilano University's Animation Summer Online Program. The first place winner in the Animated Content Competition Storyboard category is... Mango Man by Andre Rankin. We will now ask Andre to say a few words. Andre, congratulations to you. How are you feeling?
Wow, it's unbelievable, unbelievable. words fail me. You know, it's a humbling experience. Honestly, it's very humbling, and I'm very happy to be chosen as the winner. And I know I was in a category with very talented artists as well. So I'm very thankful. I want to say shout out to my wife Chevelle and Mr. Griffin, wherever you are.
Oh, awesome. Congratulations again to you, sir. And of course, one of our sponsors would like to add their own congratulations to the winners in this category.
For over a year,
We've all been met with more than our fair share of challenges, and I know things became overwhelming for many of us from time to time. In spite of that, we must find the inspiration and courage to move forward, because we have to continue to hope. We have to continue to dream, and those dreams need to be bigger than they have ever been before. For this year's KingstOOn Virtual 2021 Animation Festival, I'd like to express my congratulations to the winner of the Emerging Animated Content Competition Storyboard category. I hope your dreams are one step closer to being fulfilled with this award, and I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Congrats again.
1 down, 7 more fantastic categories to go, which takes us to the next award, Animated Content Competition Character Design category.
Category: Caribbean Character Design. Project: Brielle by Matthew Hudson from Trinidad and Tobago. Duck the National Bird by Gary Plummer from Jamaica. Hexie by Malik Mitchell from Jamaica. Roro the Throw Pro by Melissa Carr from Jamaica. Tegan the Prosthesis Hero by Renee Ross from Jamaica.
Drum roll, please. The second place winner will walk away with a 3-month license to Toon Boom Harmony with an option to exchange for Storyboard Pro and a welcome into us Pro Large courtesy of the Yedai Project, and will also be placed on a shortlist for a scholarship to Capilano University's Animation Summer Online Program. The second place winner is... Rennie Ross from Jamaica with Tegan, the Prostheses Hero. Congratulations, my darling. And now, for the first place winner in the Animated Content Competition Character Design category. Where is my drum roll? And the winner is a tie. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners are Duck the National Bird by Gary Plummer from Jamaica and Row the Throw Pro by Melissa Kerr, all from Jamaica. Congratulations to both of you. Both winners will walk away with 1 annual license of Toon Boom Harmony with the option to exchange for Toon Boom Storyboard Pro, a Wacom One Creative Pen Display, and a Wacom Intuos Pro Large courtesy of the Yedai Project. Gary and Melissa will also be shortlisted for a scholarship to Capilano University's Animation Summer Online Program. Congratulations again to both of you. And we now invite one of our sponsors to say a few words.
I am Marielle Barrow-Bagan, and I'm the Cultural and Creative Industries Innovation Fund Coordinator at the Caribbean Development Bank. I just wanted to share a message of congratulations to our finalists in this KingstOOn series, this 2021 KingstOOn series. You are all already winners. You have made it this far, and I am certain that your projects are exciting and dynamic and groundbreaking. I know that you are telling the stories of the region, and that is so important in this time and in this space. So we want you to just go forward with confidence, with boldness, and recognize that we are here to support you and provide you with every opportunity that we can find on your behalf as well. So thank you again for coming forward in this competition, and congratulations on making it this far.
Now let's hear from our winners.
My heart's pounding a bit. I don't think prepared. Words kind of escape me right now. You know what? First off, thank you to God. You know, you can't go wrong there. Secondly, friends and family, everyone who's present here today, all the artists, all the finalists, you know, regardless of your placement, where you are. And finally, the KingstOOn family. You know, thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So that's about it. You guys be safe.
Love that. Can we hear from our next winner, please?
Hi. All right. So I had to write something.
So I'm deeply honored to not only be selected as a finalist, but to become the winner of the 2021 KingstOOn Best Character Design category. I'd like to thank my mom for always inspiring, encouraging, and pushing me, especially in my times of stubbornness. I give thanks to my friends who always root for me to celebrate my big and small wins. And lastly, I would like to big up all the finalists and persons who have entered the character design category. You all had amazing pieces, and I wish you all the best for your creative future.
Absolutely love that. Congratulations again to both of you. Give yourselves a round of applause. Great work done. Yes. Next up is the second place winner in the animated content competition Caribbean short film category.
Category: Caribbean Short Film. Project: A Boy by Ikem Smith from Jamaica. Nassau Rock by Maz Joaquin and Cameron Johnson from Bahamas. Pigeon School by Nicholas Wellington from Jamaica. The Big Catch by Arminda Bailey from Trinidad and Tobago. TOL by Dylan Atele, Jeremy Gravinier, Joelia Rose, Stephen Martin Goulet, Matthew Temple Nadio, and Isabel Zamant. Tiffany Brown from Martinique.
Let's hear that drum roll, please. The second place goes to The Big Catch by Arminda Bailey from Trinidad and Tobago. Arminda will receive a 3-month license of Toon Boom Harmony with the option to exchange for Storyboard Pro and a Wacom Intuos Pro Large courtesy of the Yedai Project. Again, she will be shortlisted for a scholarship to Capilano University's Animation Summer Online Program. She will also have the opportunity to broadcast her film on Television Jamaica and negotiate broadcasting rights to Movie Star, a major telecommunications brand operating in Spain and in many other Latin American countries. Congratulations to you again. And now, for the top prize in this category, Maestro, let's go with the music. The top prize in the animated content competition Caribbean short film category open to Caribbean citizens goes to Tall, the team from Martinique. Congratulations, they'll be walking away with 1 annual license for Toon Boom Harmony with the option to exchange for Toon Boom Storyboard Pro, 1 perpetual license for TV Paint Animation 11.5 Professional Edition, a Wacom 1 Creative Pen Display, a Wacom Intuos Pro Large courtesy of the Yedai Project, and they will also be shortlisted for the scholarship to Capilano University's Animation Summer Online Program. And will have an opportunity for their film to be broadcast live on Television Jamaica and negotiate broadcasting rights with Movie Star, a major telecommunications brand operating in Spain and in many Latin American countries. Congratulations to Tall. It's only right that we hear from our winner.
Okay, well, so in the name of all the Tall team, I want to thank the jury that decided to give us this prize for the best Caribbean short film. It is a great honor for us all to receive this award. Also, I thank all the members of the pedagogical team of our school, Parallel 14, as well as our mentors who helped us during the creation of the movie. And with this film, we wanted to reach a maximum of people, to bring visibility and pride to our school and also to our island, Martinique. And I think with this prize, the objective is achieved. So thank you.
Thank you so much, and congratulations again to the team. Tall, deserving. And now, let's hear from one of our judges in this category, Mr. Adam Sale. Adam?
I just wanted to send out a big congratulations to all of the entrants that submitted films into the Best Caribbean Short Film category of the KingstOOn 2021 Animation Festival. Whether the submissions were created by individuals, teams of artists, whether the film was an individual's first entry into a film festival or a group's fifth, putting oneself out there to submit an idea that germinates in the mind requires courage and a conviction in the stories being told, as well as the sound, visuals, and the devices used to best represent them. There were a wide array of films submitted this year, many from Jamaica, which was amazing to see, as the impacts of the first KingstOOn, offered nearly 10 years ago now, continue to be felt across the country, the Caribbean, and abroad. The value of submitting an entry into festivals and receiving critical feedback from attendees and judges is key towards crafting future stories that continue to improve in their representation and that resonate on a deeper level with viewers and expand to continue to reach audiences that go beyond the scope of the creator's original intent. The variety of styles was particularly enjoyable this year to behold. We had traditional hand-painted cell animation to limited cutout style, full animation to rough animatics, or even intricately detailed cell animation. Experimenting with game engine storytelling, full CGI shorts, hybrid graphic, novel, anime, limited, and films that portrayed some really wonderful hypnotic menageries of patterns and color. For all of you, the ability to make someone laugh or cry means that as filmmakers, you've done your job, and you did your job. Thank you for the hard work and for sharing some of your deepest fears, hopes, and joys, as well as your pains. There are so many stories waiting to be told. And as the epoch of our Holocene diminishes and humanity's grip on the earth tightens, we need you to continue telling your stories that our collective global culture can follow as we look to create a brighter, more hopeful tomorrow for ourselves and for our descendants. Big ups.
Our next set of creative stars are in the Animated Film Competition International Special Effects Film category.
Category: International Visual Effect Project, The Quiet, by Radea Jagadeva from Australia. The Last Mother, by Megan de Jong and Garai Vorm. From Netherlands, Malays, by Leila Ahang, Sarah Hanif, Miriam Alavi, Marzieh Kordlu. From Islamic Republic of Iran, Happy Banana, by Rihain Kavash and Ali Reis. From Islamic Republic of Iran, Identity, by Alireza Salehi. From Islamic Republic of Iran.
And the second place in this category goes to... The Last Mother by Megan de Jong and Garai Vorm from the Netherlands. They will walk away with a 3-month license for Toon Boom Harmony with the option to exchange for Storyboard Pro. And the winning spot in the Animated Film Competition International Special Effects Film category goes to... The Quiet from Radea Jagateva, all the way from Australia. Congratulations, Radea. Radea will receive 1 annual license for Toon Boom Harmony with the option to exchange for Toon Boom Storyboard Pro. Let's hear from the winner.
Thank you so much, KingstOOn Festival. It's a real honor to win this award. My name's JJ. I'm the producer and narrator of the film, The Quiet. And I'm here on behalf of my son, who's the director, animator, editor. He composed the music, he played the music, and did everything else. It's been an incredible journey with this film, and it's such a wonderful feeling to be able to be part of something with your son. You know, so I'm at an age where his success is more important than mine, and seeing his film The Quiet succeed like this is brilliant. We've tried to get into KingstOOn and win for the last 3 or 4 years with a number of different animations, and I'm so thrilled that The Quiet has finally made it. Thank you.
Congratulations again to you. Please convey our congratulations to Radea. We now invite one of our sponsors to share their thoughts.
Big congrats to all the finalists in this KingstOOn animation competition. I know you're all going to do really well. Even if you don't come number 1, you're still a winner just from entering. Big congrats.
Well, I hope you are ready, because I am ready for this next category. This category is the student category, which gives us an insight to what the future of animation looks like. And let me tell you something, it looks really good.
Category International Student Film. Project The Sugarcane Man by Tina Obo and Leroy LaRue from South Africa. Feeling Blues by Astrid Massad, Nicholas Lipari, Marion Morgante, Maria Luisa Bitsu, Guillaume Clamart Mézeret from France. The Other Me by Theo Clenet, Clara Laurenti, Cedric Mallet, Alexandre Mazzelli, Alexia Oilateguer, Remy Portes Nario, Gregoire Sogohomonian. Tormenta by Cyrielle Deblangy.
Now, the second place winner in the Animated Film Competition International Student Film category is... Come on, Zoom, let me hear it. I don't think they're going to be feeling so blue after this. The team from Feeling Blues. This team from France will walk away with a whole heap of stuff, 1 3-month license for Toon Boom Harmony with the option to exchange for Storyboard Pro. Now, for the top student in this category, and the winner is... The Sugarcane Man by Tina Obu and Leroy LaRue from South Africa. Tina and Leroy will receive 1 annual license for Toon Boom Harmony with the option to exchange for Toon Boom Storyboard Pro, 1 perpetual license for TV Paint Animation 11.5 Professional Edition. Congratulations to Tina and Leroy. And of course, I'm sure our sponsors would like to say a few words.
Hi, this is Doug Little. Welcome to KingstOOn. I'm the Senior Public Relations Manager for Wacom here in the Pacific Northwest. Congratulations to all the contestants of KingstOOn Animation. We wish you good luck in your future endeavors, and keep working hard and keep creating great art. Thanks.
KingstOOn 2021, how are you feeling? Let me hear you. Love it. We are almost there, guys, awarding our future visionaries in the animated film industry. Let's keep it going. So, our next winners come from the Animated Film Competition International Short Film category.
Category International Short Film. Project BG by Kin Lek Shu from Malaysia. C is for Cars by Warren Brown from Canada. Mishu by Milen Vitanov from Germany. Little Grey Wolfie Summer Party by Natalia Malikina. Muesli by Joel Stutz.
Our second place spot goes to... C is for Cars by Warren Brown from Canada. And Warren gets 1 3-month license for Toon Boom Harmony with the option to exchange for Storyboard Pro. Now, for the top prize winner in this category for Animated Film Competition International Short Film, and the winner is... BG by Kin Lek Shu from Malaysia. And Kin Lek Shu will receive 1 annual license for Toon Boom Harmony with the option to exchange for Toon Boom Storyboard Pro. And now we will hear from our sponsors.
On behalf of the Government of Jamaica, the Yedai Project, Office of the Prime Minister, and myself, I would like to say the heartiest congratulations to the winner of the International Student Film category of the KingstOOn 2021 Festival. I know you've worked very hard at this project, and even for those of you who were not first place winners, you're all winners in my eyes because I know how much work you have put into your submissions. Good luck, everyone.
Our next category was really impressive.
Category: International Feature Film. Project: The Fixes vs. Krabots by Regina Valieva from Russia. The Heritage of Three Sutru Mat by Abdul Karim from India. Mission H2O by Alvaro Casieres from Venezuela. Up, Up and Up by Govind Nihalani from India.
Walking away with the second place spot in the Animated Film Competition International Feature Film category is... Drumroll zoom! The Heritage by Siri Saturu Math by Abdul Karim of India. Abdul will receive 1 3-month license for Toon Boom Harmony with the option to exchange for Storyboard Pro. Congratulations to Abdul. And the first prize goes to... The Fixes vs. Krabots by the team from the Russian Federation. We have Regina representing the team.
Hello, guys. I might be the strongest representative of the Fixes team. I wanted to thank you all for paying attention to our project. Thank you so much. I learned about your festival like 3 years ago, long before these extraordinary times, and I had a dream to visit you. Unfortunately, it's happening this year when everything is going virtual, but still, I do remember that we will be able to fix it all, like Fixes always do, and we will meet sometimes in person and have a great time at KingstOOn. Not virtual, but normal one. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Regina. The team will receive 1 annual license for Toon Boom Harmony with the option to exchange for Toon Boom Storyboard Pro. Now, we invite at this time one of our sponsors to say a few words.
Congratulations to the 2021 KingstOOn Animation Competition winners. You have worked hard over the past couple of months to create your animated character designs, your storyboards, and your short films. Through your work, you have demonstrated KingstOOn's theme of diversity in animation, and we encourage you to continue creating animated content to promote our story and our culture as a people. Flow has been the official technology partner of KingstOOn since inception, and we are pleased to position Jamaica as the animation hub that promotes your work in this growing industry.
Now for the winners in the Animated Content Competition Concepts category, which was open to Caribbean citizens who participated in the Pitch Bootcamp and Pitch Competition Finals.
Category: Caribbean Concept Project Jellyman Adventures by Shaquille Cross from Jamaica. Princess Patty Cake by Patrick Meikle from Jamaica. Yard Boys by Mikael Lawson from Jamaica. Jumbi by Everard McBain from Trinidad and Tobago. How's that? By Renee Holder from Trinidad and Tobago.
And the second prize goes to... Drum roll! Have the prizes in hand. Rennie Holder and Tracy Hutchins from Trinidad and Tobago with How's That? Congratulations. The team will walk away with 1 3-month license for Toon Boom Harmony with the option to swap for Storyboard Pro, a placement on the shortlist for a scholarship to Capilano University's Animation Summer Online Program, a Welcome Into Us Pro Large courtesy of the Yeti Project, 2 annual licenses for Toon Boom Harmony Premium and Storyboard Pro courtesy of the Yeti Project, and an opportunity to negotiate a development representation and co-production deal with Africa Animation Network and Baboon Animation Studios. Congratulations to you. And the top prize in the Animated Content Competition Concepts category goes to... Drum roll, everybody! Jellyman Adventures by Shaquille Cross, Kyle Andrew Lee, Shavardi Gray, and Dwayne Pottinger from Jamaica. Congratulations to you. The winners will walk away with 1 annual license for Toon Boom Harmony with the option to exchange for Toon Boom Storyboard Pro, an afternoon training session with Toon Boom Animation, 1 perpetual license for TV Paint Animation 11.5 Professional Edition, a Welcome Into Us Pro Large courtesy of the Yeti Project, 3 annual licenses for Toon Boom Harmony Premium and Storyboard Pro courtesy of the Yeti Project, and a Wacom One Creative Pen Display. The team will also be shortlisted for a scholarship to Capilano University's Animation Summer Online Program and have an opportunity to negotiate a development representation and co-production deal with Africa Animation Network and Baboon Animation Studios. It's time to hear from our winners. Shaquille Cross, go ahead.
All right, thank you so much, Debbie. First of all, on behalf of the team, we'd like to express our gratitude to our #1 supporter, who, without, we wouldn't really be here. You know, he's been there since the inception, all the way to completion, or academic supervisor, Mr. Peralta Makanov. Also, we'd like to thank all of our lecturers who, in some way, have helped us along in this process, whether by giving advice or some other help. Some names that come to mind right away are Natasha Griffiths, Kindele Hickling, Rashane Jones, of course, and Jeff Menzies. I'd like to thank, of course, the KingstOOn organizers for this platform, you know, who wouldn't be here today. I'd like to thank all the judges, Simon, Josh, Carlos, Florian. I'd also like to thank Paul Boros and, you know, for all his advice, along with all the other coaches who, you know, they gave us some real solid advice on a lot of topical things. And of course, a special thanks to the coach of Team Jellyman, Miss Mooney Aram.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Wright, film producer at Sesame Street, and I just want to congratulate all the winners of KingstOOn, plus all of the participants. You guys did an amazing job pitching, presenting, just being a part of it, sharing your stories, your ideas. You're all winners. I was happy to be a part of it, and just know that, you know, keep doing what you're doing. Keep telling your stories, keep sharing your ideas, don't give up. And we at Sesame Street and Sesame Workshop are always looking for new diverse stories and diverse content creators, and getting more stories from the Caribbean. So keep at it.
Thank you to all our participants and judges. This year's competition was nothing short of stellar and awe-inspiring. We will now make way for a representative from one of our sponsors, the World Bank. Please help me welcome Mr. Ozan Sevimli.
Greetings. First, let me congratulate the winners of the KingstOOn Emerging Animated Content Competition as well as the KingstOOn International Animated Film Competition. Hats off and huge congrats. As some of you know, the World Bank has been working closely with the government of Jamaica through our Digital and Animation Industries Initiative to nurture the growth of the animation sector, to create employment opportunities for youth, young adults, young entrepreneurs, and to build a momentum for a creative industry built around the digital and animation skills. And what I've seen this past week actually showed me that we are succeeding. Over this past week, we've heard from amazing leaders in the industry, such as Matthew Lunn, Amy Norman, Janet Bounforth, and others. But what is even more fascinating is that we saw and heard and learned from women leaders who are blazing their own trails in the film and animation world. The competitions were open to amazing storytellers, artists, illustrators, animators, students, and professionals, and we have received entries from over 40 countries globally. So it is fair to say that KingstOOn has gone global. The globality of this event also reflects the spirit of the very festival. The spirit of the festival has been this week to say diversity and animation. And this confirms that KingstOOn is indeed a destination of global and diverse content, which is an immense contribution to the very challenges that we're working through these days. More than ever before, there's global demand for content and that is diverse and inclusive. And I'm pleased to see the manifestation of this in the various elements of this event, from speakers to topics chosen, from backgrounds and nationalities of participants, and even the chosen delivery method for the event that allowed for KingstOOn to be viewed and participated in globally by the largest audience ever is a testament for KingstOOn's inclusivity and diversity. And all of the finalists have been through a very competitive process with pitch competitions and pitch coaches, and the entries have been reviewed by panels of seasoned experts in the industry. While only 16 have been able to be selected for prizes, every participant showed talent and promise, and definitely deserve our gratitude and huge congrats. And I'm hearing from the judges that this year's work and the work that is submitted for 2021 KingstOOn have been excellent. But even more importantly, and this is very important, you have crafted stories that assume the responsibility of eliminating stereotypes and one-dimensional portrayals related to culture, age, race, disability, gender, and sexual orientation. Thank you for that. Your participation has contributed to KingstOOn being known internationally as a destination for not only great stories, but stories that strengthen the diversity landscape, presenting Afrocentric or Afro-descendant characters, which is very critical to our times. We should also thank all the organizers of this event. It takes the coordination of many people behind the scenes working tirelessly to pull off such a production, and the fact that we're in a COVID-19 restrictions doesn't make it easier. So a big thank you to the production team. In closing, again, congratulations to the winners, congratulations to all participants. I personally look forward to seeing all of you on the big screen on various social media platforms, in short films and feature films. I would say keep on creating your content, keep on telling your stories. And if the World Bank can claim even a small contribution to your success stories, I would be proud and truly humbled. All the best, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Savimli. And again, thank you to the World Bank for lending support to the artistry that is film animation. We now invite the Permanent Secretary in the Office of the Prime Minister, Mrs. Audrey Sewell, to deliver the closing remarks.
The Most Honorable Andrew Holness, Prime Minister, Ministers of Government, business leaders, representatives of the World Bank, Ms. Tassin Syed, Country Director for the Caribbean and Latin America, Mr. Ozan Sevimli, Resident Representative, Ms. Gibwa Kajubi, Team Leader, sponsors, members of the local, regional, and global animation community, members of the media, good afternoon. One of Jamaica's national heroes, the Right Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, said, "A people without knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is a tree without roots." This is the overarching reason why, as Jamaicans and Caribbean people, we have a duty of care to ensure that our stories are told authentically and in such a way that those listening and seeing will sit up and pay attention. Because of the broad appeal of animated content to audience of all demographics, this art form affords us yet another and unique opportunity to tell the world more of who we are. Brand Jamaica is always well known globally, particularly through our music and food, and the steady and growing stream of visitors that we welcome. In the arena of animation productions, however, we are relative newcomers. Accolades are in order for local pioneers like Skyers, Real Rock GSW, Alcyon, and Liquid Light Digital, who were among the first to have a vision of the possibilities and to act on that vision. We are working towards our blockbuster, but as the ancient Chinese philosopher Lao Tzu said, "A journey of 1,000 miles must begin with a single step." So what does this have to do with the animation industry and KingstOOn? Well, as Jamaicans and Caribbean people, our past is deeply embedded in a rich history told and seen through different lenses from ours. The legacy that we wish to leave is one that is seen through our eyes and our reality. Animation, like music or dance, allows us to bring these stories, our stories, to life. We are not doing this for aesthetics or sentimental reason only. There are significant economic benefits to be derived. High on the list of priorities being skill development and job creation for young people and a rapidly burgeoning digital space. This is the reason of the YEDI project and KingstOOn. Through the work that has been done over the past 7 years, we are at a place where we can, with great confidence, showcase what we are capable of. I am told that the competition judges observed that the quality of the submissions this year far exceeded those of the previous years. This means we are on the right track. I have watched in awe over the past few weeks, and more so the last 5 days, how animations bring stories alive, not just for little kids, but for the big kids too. Notwithstanding that, the growth of the industry provides a myriad of employment opportunities for young people whose lives have been interrupted by the pandemic. But you know, the pandemic has forced us into the digital age and has further led to disappearing borders, which have often limited employment opportunities. The possibilities are way beyond the realms of our current imagination. The amazing lineup of speakers who have delivered keynotes, master classes, and panel discussions cannot be named in just a few minutes. You would have seen, heard, and interacted with them, and there can be no doubt that the wealth of knowledge and the insights shared will change lives and cause career options and employment possibilities to soar. We finally have an opportunity to get a piece of the US $270 billion pie. KingstOOn has brought together many elements of the work that has been done by the YEDI project: training, curriculum development, networking, and facilitation of business opportunities. It also now serves as a public forum to showcase the results of this effort. It is therefore only left for me to say congratulations to the winners in all categories of the competition, and to extend heartfelt thanks to all who have participated or contributed in any way to the success of this virtual KingstOOn 2021. Thanks to the YEDI project and the OPM. To the World Bank for having been our faithful partner in the development. Thank you for believing in this initiative, especially as it is the first of its kind in the World Bank's portfolio. To all speakers, judges, sponsors, competitors who were the heart and soul of the event. Thanks to the team that has worked assiduously over the past 18 months to pull this event together in very challenging times. And last but not least, thanks to you, our virtual audience, for registering, logging on, and participating. Thank you all. And as we say in Jamaica, walk good.
Thank you, Mrs. Audrey Sewell. KingstOOn 2021. What a fantastic few days it has been. And I would like to thank all our sponsors and partners, the World Bank, JAMPRO, Caribbean Development Bank, Flow, Jamaica Information Service, JIS, Public Broadcasting Corporation of Jamaica, PBCJ, SROM Limited, Television Jamaica, TVJ, Phase 3 Productions, Toon Boom Animation, TV Paint Development, Wacom, Capilano University. Thank you for believing in the animated film industry, and not just believing, but powering this worthwhile event. We'd like to thank all our presenters, the panelists, masterclass presenters, and our judges. Our participants for KingstOOn 2021 would not have been this epic, guys, without your participation. And we look forward to seeing your work out there for sure. Now it's time to enjoy, unwind, and, get, all snazzy up with some cocktails. Catch up, of course, with a vibe from our musical DJ right now. His name is DJ Bambino. DJ, run the track. Let's party.
KingstOOn 2021 Animation and Film Festival. Bambino in the building and ready for party now. You know where we come from, though.
Me love Jamaica, me not sell out. Them try clip we wings, somehow we can't fly out. But when we there, yeah, nothing nice like Jamaica.
Big up to everybody from Jamaica. Everybody from USA, Trinidad and Tobago, China, UK, Bahamas in the building. Spain, France, Brazil, Canada, India. Let's go, let's go.
Jamaica love, we wanna feel Jamaica love.
Can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Everybody wanna visit Jamaica. Jamaica love, Jamaica.
Yeah, man. Play by the King Columbus is all I bring. Mambino, keep the music and rock and swing, Let's party, let's party. Rock on, come in, rock on, come in.
Ooh, I met a girl this morning. She was love at first sight. Ooh, I met a girl this morning, and she was beauty to my eyes. I asked her where she from, she tell me in the topics. She asked me what's my name, I tell her I am Connie. And I said, girl, tell me what's your name, and she tell me that her name is Jamaica. And I said, smile, girl, smile. Smile for me, Jamaica. And I said, smile, girl,
yeah, man.
Smile. Ooh, Lord, smile for me, Jamaica. Never you cry,
Caribbean on the building, giving you the real Jamaica vibes right now. This segment is called Sing Along, alright?
From the very first time I placed my eyes on you, girl, my heart says follow through. But I
Engineer, turn me up, man.
way down on your line. But the waiting.
How you feeling? How you feeling out there?
I feel good.
Yeah, man.
When you're wrapped up in my arms, dancing to a reggae song. Feel good, feel good. I feel good. Cause your perfume isn't loud, and only I can talk about. Feel good, feel good.
Come on, come on.
Feel like velvet rubbing over my skin.
I need to see you moving. I need to see you dancing. It's a party. No sitting down, no sitting down, no sitting down. Let's go.
Every time I think of saying goodbye,
well, bang, 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 bang.
Everything inside me says it's alright. So I can't, no I can't, no I can't. Yes.
Let's go, let's go.
Yes, you've been with me.
Reggae music that means to the people, you know.
And you never said I had enough. So I can't, no I can't, no I can't.
All right. Let me see if you know this one. You know this one?
Yeah, man. Oh, yes. You may not be.
Sure. Awa. I can't hear you. Let me hear you. Let me hear you.
A big fast car, but I love you.
Bang, 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 bang.
In every way.
Yeah.
I love you in every
This is Wayne Wonder, one of Jamaica's greatest, finest singers. Alongside. No, not that Dan. The Gargamel Butcher Banjan. Butcher than a Butcher. Hey.
Woman, you may not be wet in a driver.
Are you named Butcher? You know, that's what we call Butcher and David just step up, so. But it was a Butcher artist. We having a party, it's a reggae party right now, though, you know.
Oh, yes. You may not be a movie star. You may not drive a big fast car, but I love you in every way.
Everywhere you can think of.
I love you in every
KingstOOn 2021 Animation and Film Festival, you know, Debbie, you know, so you're there a long time. I'm just reach at the party. We're there for all our vibe, you know. Look at the people there, watch them. Are you ready now? Hey, hey.
Woman, you may not be wet in a drive a fast car. Come me now, go left you out and we are home from far.
Let's go. Debbie, wagwan.
All heap of things, you know,
How
all
is
heap of
everything?
things. Great! I'm so happy that you're here. It is the greatest animation and film festival on the planet, happening right here in Kingston, Jamaica, with all of the countries here. Big up to all of the winners of Nabino.
Of course, you have some serious winners out here today
Yeah,
from
man.
all over the world. Of course, you have Andre and Gary right here from Yard.
Yes, big up to
for
Dre.
yourself, Andre and Gary. And if you know what?
Congratulations to them for sure.
Yeah, and big up Melissa too from Jamaica.
All right.
Representing for the females.
Yes.
Yeah, and we have the Martinique crew. You know what kind of language I'm speaking over there, sir?
Huh, holy person.
Okay. You can tell it's a patois
Holy
English.
person, holy
here, I think
person.
there, you know.
Yes, you know.
The TOL team from Martinique.
Tall, big up tall.
And we have the Jellyman team, when I say them all clean, from Jamaica.
I love it. They will wash off your heart sometime, you know.
And we have Australia.
All the way in
Australia, we have
Australia.
Radia.
Yeah.
All right, and she was ready. And of course, Tina and Leroy from South Africa. Malaysia, you have Kin. And of course, big up to the Fixes versus the, what's that, the Krabats team?
Krabats team in Russia.
Russian Federation.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we have to big up to all the sponsors because without them, KingstOOn would not be possible. So big up to the World Bank, Jam Pro, Caribbean Development Bank, Flow, Jamaica Information Service, JIS, Public Broadcasting Corporation of Jamaica, PBCJ, SRAM Limited, Television Jamaica Phase 3 Productions, Toon Boom Animation, TV Paint, Development, Whatcom, also Capilano University. Thank you guys so much. We love you guys. Love you. Love you.
All right, big up yourself. You know, you got a party with me?
Of course. Drop a tune in there.
We had a life
I'm ready.
You know?
I'm ready. After party, let's go.
All right. Let's go. Party in Jamaican style, Caribbean style. Yo, it's a world party here. Ready?
Pull up the vibes that you're playing. Can you play some more? Can you play some more? Lift it up, jack it up, pull it up, come again. Can you play some more? Can you play some more?
Let's go, let's go.
We don't need dance hall, and when we woulda do reggae music call, you must answer. Wind up, jump up, when you hear sweet reggae. No matter there is a man of the tendon.
Let's go. Let's go. We're taking it back in time. Hey, we're carrying it right around the world now. Right around the world. Let's go.
Little rumor last night.
Somebody told me you ain't doing me right.
She wasn't doing me right. She wasn't doing me right.
I've been turning my back. You've been no playing.
Big up to everybody inside. Inside, I do it right now. Yeah, inside.
Can you look me
inside.
and say to me,
we're inside. Inside. Let's go.
That's all I wanted to know.
Just wanna know, girl.
That look it's giving you away.
Yeah, man. Let's go. Big up to everybody right now all around the world. Got it locked in. KingstOOn in KingstOOn.
Woman, you're living too dangerous for me.
You're living dangerously.
As a matter of fact, we're coming to them live from KingstOOn, not Kingston. At KingstOOn we're there.
Girl, you're living too dangerous.
We're going to see if Debbie can dance, you know, cause you see her move around there, she warm up, you know. One of Jamaica's best dancers in the house, you know. Only one of the best, cause me is the best.
Till you pass the maximum line.
You understand? But they never pay me for dancing, you know, they pay me for DJ.
And not a war. Imagine this yo,
so guess what?
Car. Tell me what the hell you gonna think of her. She a man
KingstOON crew.
And glass in a bar. Make man.
Let's see if you're ready for this now.
In a dancehall style.
Now, Debbie, you ever dance and fling your shoulder, you know? Some people I watch, we don't know the dance, you know? Warm up the shoulder now. Warm it up.
So every time we rise, we do it for the love and I do it for the lights. Play song.
No, we can't go on tour.
People feel nice, even in the morning time. Man,
tell them.
Success don't come over.
This one called Fling Your Shoulder, alright?
Some jump on son of hype. Do it for the love and I do it for the light. Enough of them love lies, that don't right. Sit down on a post and a tweet all night.
You catch it?
You
catch it?
Need that time. All of them panic when them mechanic spice. Cause we never bought them up on no flight. Dexter Bambino living more life. And you sound guy, how you have so much light. Tell them nobody get bright. Cause a lot of these DJs not ready yet. Can't test Bambino, them in a dance hall. And them come here on a warp and a eye.
Give it to your Caribbean style right now.
In the wall, and when you see me as a lassie eye. And every tune where we ever write. And every show where we headline Bambino. We not do it for the likes, tell a song guy. I feel the love, we not do it for the likes Bambino. I feel the love, we not do it for the likes Bambino.
That one I go again, David. No, that one I name Toast, so.
So what we do, we're going with it, we're going with it.
We're gonna try it now.
Toast, yeah, yeah. Bambino, come.
Alright, this one called the Toast Dance.
Bambino,
No, seriously. You don't remember? Something like this?
So what we do, we're going with it, we're going with it.
Yo, Izzy, are you kidding me?
Toast, yeah, yeah. Bambino come in with a force, yeah. Blessings we reap and we coursing on full. Yeah. Bim no rise and boast. Yeah, we give thanks like we need it the most. We have to give thanks.
We just rehearsed it. We just made it up a while ago.
Blessings all for life and Bambino.
Yo, you know, so we lock up too much, right?
Yeah. Like, we forget
We
dancing
lock
and
up too much
everything.
because we forget all the dance moves.
Blessings all come right on. So bust a toast to the friends with the coffee bill load. One time did sit down in a class and me bored then. Bim say road and me go on with the road. Bambino say you make we try a thing. And you know it formed up to be a fire thing.
All right.
On stage Bambino me a
We don't stop dance. We're dancing.
It's Bambino.
This one called a skip. And skip.
New York City.
It's dancing, it's moving, it's electric. Little kids, hot girls request this. Come on now, everybody catch this. DJ select this, skip to my loop. Oh, skip to my loop. Yeah, skip to my loop. Skip to my loop.
Yeah, let's go. Skip.
We're dancing from evening till sunlight. This dance is so nice.
Maybe I wonder if you remember this one.
New style and style cats.
You remember this one?
I think so.
You have to bend your back up.
What's this?
Oh, not that.
New ear, new style, new dance and lick. In your hand in the ear, then you rock, then you
You have to make up your face.
the drum and make your body kick. Step forward and come up back quick. That's all the new style where the whole place at.
You want to get stylish? You know,
Dance some music fit you. Bogle around the place night and day. So just rock bogle dance. Some of you
bogle dance.
Mustn't on it that after no so bogle stay. She can't do it good, but she a rock same way. For real, me love how the girl never do it. Rock so, deep so, to God them look sweet. Trust me, I love stand up and see. Uptown, downtown, I rock to the beat. Jeremy and I try about him already. He better make stumpy, teaching the step all we in one that.
Alright, this one's for you alone now. You know you must remember this dance now.
Rock wine butterfly. All the girl on the can of the butterfly. Listen, Jixie King.
You know what's remember this one now. Your time.
Hold on.
Do you catch the new brand?
Hold on.
Debbie Ravers.
Machine up the whole district.
Butterfly.
I'm driving all the young girls wild.
No. It's a female dance.
Fly.
Woman, girl in us dance butterfly it on the latest style. The latest style where the girls come like. Dance butterfly it on the latest style.
I open the catch that, you know.
Open out the foot like a rider, you a rider. Then not get me, then start with the glider. Man on the left and man on the right. Every man say want to dance, look nice. So dance butterfly.
Alright, so we just teach them the fling a while ago.
Yeah.
So we're gonna speed it up now. We're gonna speed up the fling.
Mercy.
More things? Cool ravers. Man shoulder for your fling. That's bad you. Tell your shoulder for your fling. I say, cool ravers are far with. Ding dong, the new dancing king. Fling. And your shoulder for your fling.
You must learn this dance by now, right?
Watch your words to a speak.
You can't say we never teach you nothing.
Fling. Man shoulder for your fling. In a mid chain bling bling. Bad mind is a sin. Unity we a deal. Dancers believe gooder than another. If you fight that, me picking out the feather. Don't bad mind.
See the bad part, see the bad part.
The leather. Money man up, we go get the cheddar. If you not like that, hold them there. Hold them there, fully bad, so hold them there. Hold them there.
Alright, like I'm gonna play that one, I'm play that one now.
Hold them there. And a shoulder for your friend. Tell a shoulder for your friend. Watch your words to a speak and attack with your bad.
Watch it now. See if you know this one now.
So where them a say, dance will never die. Out and bad, so bad the bad, it a get intensified. I see the kids them in the street, all the big man them a practice the tweets. All do a vocal pass and crown, we still a make them do him dance in the past. Everybody jump to the bombs, willy bombs. Everybody fear to the willy bombs, to the bombs, willy bombs. Everybody fear to vocal bombs.
I have a Sean Paul one too.
Willy bombs, everybody fear to the willy bombs.
Out and back.
Alright, swing your hand them, go like a man. Then the double the out and back. Look left, look right, swing your hand. Then the double the out and back.
Yo, she wonder when my dance
mercy.
with this car. You don't want to dance some more now.
Make up your face.
And that she say.
Then the double the out and back. Alright, stop. Make a pose, take a sip, shake your foot, start to the dip, walk it in. Everybody 50 pound and dip, walk it in. Everybody fear do the walk it in, walk it in. Everybody fear do the dip, walk it in, walk it in, walk it in, walk it in. So where them a say.
Make some noise for Jamaica's greatest.
up.
Dancer. Look for her coming to a dance near you. She has her own production coming out. It's called Debbie Ravers and Friends. KingstOOn 2021 Animation and Film Festival. I'm being on the after party right now, coming to you all the way from Kingston, JA, or should I say KingstOOn, JA 2021 style.
Everybody fear, Willy bounce like the street. You know one glass is heat. Done the war. Make we dance, Batman and police. And the shot of them a do the Willy bounce out the heat. What we kind of party and a hold the peace. Maria getting groove on.
And you see right about now, I'll take you to another country, one of my favorite countries right now. I know when last, I don't know when last. I've been to a carnival, so right now we are going to have carnival in the place right now. With my Trinidad crew.
A new day dawning, infected calling. No time for stalling.
Let's go, let's go.
Wake up everyone who's sleeping.
Get something up, get something up, get something up, get something up, wave it, wave it.
New inspiration, no contemplation, deliberation. Let's go, wake up everyone who's sleeping. Meet me on the road.
Hands up, let's go. Big up to the crew, especially in St. Vincent right now too. Yeah man, St. Lucia, Antigua, Bahamas, let's go.
Show me something, all hands in the air.
Martinique.
Everybody let me see you clap those hands.
Keep clapping.
Come now and let me see you clap those hands. Everybody let me see you clap.
Yeah man, if I can't tell you the engineer is at Trinidad because the sound just get louder while I go. Ready?
I'll tell you how.
Yeah man, that's how we like it. So we like it. Big up the Phase 3 crew. Toon Boom Animation, Jamaica Animation Network, Jamaica Animation Network, Animation World Network, Animation Magazine.
I am a real carnival to Bangkok. Hard carnival to Bangkok. As soon as carnival done this year, when I
big up to PBCJ, GIS, Besseron, Prinsario, Cartoon Brew, C21 Media.
This is God coming to take me to the next venue.
This is called the Carnival Party right now. When last you been outside?
It's a big dump truck passing with red sun in it. Lord, I tell you how it. Tell you how it.
Let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
You see me, I's a man, love to play, love to jam,
love to jam.
You see me, I's a man, I always happy once money in the hand, but I don't got no time
for no
worries, I don't got no time for no stress in my head, I'm on my mind, so I'm ready to go on the road.
Let's go. 1, 2, 3.
I come out to live my life. Live my life. Play a mass and live my life. I'm the happiest man alive. I come out to live my life. Live my life. Drink a rum and live.
Everybody just. No, everybody just. No, everybody just.
Somebody say, whoa, oh, oh, oh.
All right. We never hear about a soca train yet. You know what a soca train is? If you're watching right now, give me that soca train. Ready, 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 ready.
Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hey,
in the train.
Everybody know every time we touch down.
In the train. Even if it's you alone in the train. It's a one-man train. It's a one-woman train. Let's go, let's go.
Everybody know every time we touch down. Mash it up, fine, fine, fine. Every man put your hand up, every girl start whining. Let's
winners. Big up to the winners.
Don't cross the border. Don't cross the border. Bartender, hurry up with my order.
Hook up to my crew in Canada right now.
Can't play massive if you're powder. Everybody know every time we touch down splitters. That's my show. Fine, fine, fine.
Yeah, man.
All that pull up. Mash it. Fine, fine, fine. Every man put your hand up and bring outside. Splitters. That's my show. Fine, fine, fine. All that pull up. Hold me, darling. Are you ready?
Are you ready now?
Are you ready for it?
Let's go.
Are you ready?
Are you ready now?
Are you ready for it? Are you ready? Are you ready for it? Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello.
Let's go, let's go.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Yeah, she got the thing I love. Where she from, I don't know. Rock she waist and go low.
We're giving it to you soca style, yeah.
So what you say, what you say, what you say? You got what you know, my way. What you do, what you do, what you do. I must get through. Girl, roll up now, you show me that wine. Turn around, girl, don't be shy. Hello, 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 hello. Yeah. So girl, I love the way you blow my mind. Hold me tight and bring that wine. Hello, 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 hello. Yeah. I got a feeling down in my belly.
Let's go.
Brace up yourself because I am.
If you have something for wave, just wave it now, wave it now, wave it now, wave
Baby,
it
I
now.
can text and talk to you whole day. It doesn't even matter if you're 1,000 miles away.
Say you're full of my heart, repeat it. Just have to say what I think. I honestly feel like I'm dreaming.
If you're feeling good right now,
I shouldn't say too much, I'm confused. But you just have to know.
I want to see you put your hands in the air.
Feeling so good, I must share it. So for those who in love and they feel it,
Let me hear you, yeah. Put your hands in the air. All the one of the shade. We jumping like we don't care. If I tell you, say I love you, oh.
Let's go, let's go.
My money, my body, now your own, oh baby. 30 billion for the account, yo. Yeah. Versace and Gucci for your body, oh baby. No do, gotta for me. No do, say that, oh.
Come on. Yeah, man. Yeah. We're in the party right now. We're in the fete right now. Yeah, yeah. Let's go, let's go.
Waka waka baby, ooh baby, corner baby. And I go tell my mama, and I go tell my papa, and I go tell
Yeah, man.
you be waka waka.
Let's go. Where we going next? Where we going next?
Baby,
You want to go to Africa? I'm going to take you to Africa right now. Africa, Africa, Africa.
This one I better do with the jabata. Me, I no get time, I did da ba da. Dada cover my face, calling me la ba da. Biggie man, we know they wear a ba da. Tell me, what's it come? G-Wagon, all the Bentley, the girl them, ride the whip. I no fit, die for nothing. What's it come? G-Wagon, all the Bentley, the girl them, ride the whip. I no fit, die for nothing. Make you no say anything when you do, them must commend it. I can't come and keep myself. So anything when you do, I dey try to do on my way. I can't come and keep myself. Plenty so far where we face. Just to make sure money day.
KingstOOn 2021. I hope you're moving and I hope you're dancing. I hope you're partying right now, you know.
I want job.
All right?
I want buy motor. I want build house.
From Jamaica to you, wherever you are right now, big up to the Bahamas crew. Big up the UK crew. Big up my Trinidad crew. Big up my China crew.
What's it gonna be?
Big up my crew from France, Brazil, Spain.
I know feet.
We're still in Africa, you know. We're still in Africa right now. Let's go, let's go. You must know the dance. If you don't know this dance, Google it. Let's go, let's go.
Jerusalem, ikayalami, ilondoloze, uhambe nami.
Oh, you mean?
Zungangishilana, Jerusalem, ikayalami, ilondoloze, uhambe nami, zungangishilana. Dawo yami ayikolana so wami awukolana ilondoloze zuhambe nami dawo yami ayikolana buso wami awukolana ilondoloze
Let's go, let's go, let's go. Ladies, it's the party, party style, party style.
You come with qualification. You already know the program.
Hey.
You will run the town.
Hey.
They say you're a monster. A monster. Why not? Why not? So then you got girl, dip, pon it, dip, pon it, dip, pon it, dip, pon it, dip.
Let's go.
Wind up your waist, girl, jump pon it, dip, 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 pon it. Walk up your waist, girl, dip, pon it, 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 dip, pon it. Wind up your waist, girl, dip, walk it, pon it, walk it, pon it, walk it, pon it, walk it, pon it, dip, pon it, dip, pon it, dip, pon it. It's one down, girl, you got one more on to go.
I tell you though, I told you it's a party. I told you I'm carrying you all over the world right now. Where we going next? Where we going next? Where we going next? Where we going? I said, where we going? Oye, mami, ¿cómo está, eh? It's a bambino in the building, eh? Yeah. Ready, 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 ready. Oh, you mean? Take you all over the world right now. Hey, hey.
Cuando tú me besas, me siento en el aire. Por eso cuando te veo, comienzo a besarte. Y si te despegas, yo me despierto de ese rico sueño que me dan tus besos suavemente. Bésame, yo quiero sentir tus labios besándome otra vez suavemente. Ese coro, bésame, es la cosa. Yo quiero sentir tus labios besándome otra vez.
a party. So if you're at home right now, wherever you are, just make sure you're dancing and you're moving. Yeah, let's go. Sure. So we can play music for the whole night, you know. Let's go.
My girl, come flip it like a flippergram, flip it like a flippergram. Make your bumper flip like a flippergram, flip it like a flip.
Maybe you have a curfew, but there's no curfew right here, right now.
Wind up on my body, girl. Why like it's a carnival? Girl, me love the way you wine for me. Girl, your wine is so emotional.
Hey.
So wind up on my body, girl. Me while you come wine your waistline.
Ladies, let's go, let's go.
Baby, you're bubbling, you're bubbling, you're bubbling, baby. Girl, you a party animal. Girl, you active, no, you no lazy. Girl, you a party animal. Oh, you want to drive me crazy.
Let's go. Oh, you mean?
Bartender next shot of tequila. The vibes tonight, yeah, so sweet, yeah. I'm on spot the sweet señorita. We are bounce to the bass.
Oh, you mean?
She look muy bonita.
Muy bonita.
The way she move remind me of Selena. She rocks so, she dips so. She only dance to reggae and calypso. Look how the dress hook up on her hips so. Look how she move fast and a bit slow. Muy bonita. Mamacita.
XOXO, my love is very special. XOXO, 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 XOXO.
Let's go.
My love is very special. If you want it, you can have it.
Ladies.
But don't take me for granted.
I love you so much. I love you so much.
So much things I did not say. I'm from Portmore, that's in J. Hey, we can do it on that beach there.
Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Broke it, set it, broke it, set it, broke it, set it, broke it, set it. So hot, somehow you got extra. Forget me not when it's sweet. You, what you say?
It's a party vibe, party vibe, party vibe.
Fever, buy up. Wine for me, baby, everything crisp. Summertime.
Hey, every massive have to come along. Go for your suntan in the summer sun. If you want bleach, go back home. Go for your umbrella, cause the sun a burn. The young girl, them a bring it on. In a bikini, them in a pretty tongue. You know for shy girl, bring it come. If you have a fool man, get it on. Both more may come from me now. Pretty girl does a pose like dummy now. And the tongues them a rub.
Yeah, man, make a whole lot of vibe, Jamaican style, you know.
Vibe from me now. Uptown full of fun, you know. ATI we are going now. Cherry Garden, Dream Weekend coming now. Minsboro, Jackson, Smash, I got done, you know. Oh, here we go. Summertime is here, you know. It's a holiday. School is closed. Feel the vibes, you know. Summertime in a Portmore. Summertime in a Kingston. Summertime in a country. Summertime in a my skin.
You don't black, y'all them fat. One bad when you tune them drop. One just drop and bust her head back. When street vibes bust up in a head top. Oh God, party man.
Big up to all the winners, big up to all the sponsors also.
Like a boat.
Without you, you know, it wouldn't be possible, all right, KingstOOn.
I grade, I crush out in a hand. Me no want see no man a par with 40 man. Y'all inna the club with them a party pan.
Big up to the World Bank, Office of the Prime Minister.
Y'all them love how my pants them straight. So them love how me clocks them
TV Paint Development.
Peanut no tech.
Wacom Technologies. Capilano University.
No big people inna the raving.
Big up to the Flow crew and the Jam Pro crew also, all right? And of course, Phase 3. I know, see a 3 camera, we have 1, 2, 3. That's why they call us Phase 3. No for them to try to be like, we.
Right now, my frost, me a press gas, I rev on it all.
But there's only 1 tree.
Oh gosh, street vibe.
For payment for that one there.
The glass just chop and mash, me say, oh God, party mad. Y'all them a say, mami.
Let's go.
Mad. Y'all lush it like a butter bag. Samunda gone with 41. I hear it, I can't show in a man. You know what, no man a ball with 40 man.
Yo, Bambino. You say?
Brick.
Brick pam brick. Brick pam brick pam brick. Bambino. Brick pam brick. Brick pam brick pam brick. Bambino, the pan it up a phone, no chatting a lot. No ramp with the mother food. Spanish town. Foreign account. Bang a phone. couple other phone. He think can too loud. Him get him clocks boot fast and move out. On a school bus, he hang and move like when you. Then him gone which part of the union? Little more at the studio. High grade film gone where the moon go. Them know about me, no crime if it's true, you know.
We are strive and a reach for the good. Them a fight and a spite through them in control. Them a real out a long time. We are fight.
Big up Toon Boom Animation.
Them a scream and
Jamaica Animation Network. Animation World Network, Animation Magazine.
I know just now. We are scream and a cheer for the team. Them a plan out for bench we and them roll supreme. Like a them want for clean. Well imagine, we are trying move out of the shock. Them a cry and a spy and a try stop we clock. Guess how have we back? Tell them so we bless. Tell them 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 so we still have life. We no stress.
Yeah man.
Shine and we ya know what west. Screw where your man want pray. We no press. Bless up who down when we the rest. Tell them we no broke like that.
Yes.
Only follow we like peace so them a guess. How come we still look clean and them a mess? Eventually they will see who is watching over me. Make we shine like stars above and give love to who show us love to. We flying high like the morning dove.
KingstOOn 2021.
Like love, see life there.
You know it go already, you know. We gotta stay home. But you know we're still having a good time, right? Inside.
Where will we go?
I don't know.
When the quarantine thing done and everybody touch.
Bully bang, 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 bang. Let's go, let's go.
Where will we go? When the quarantine thing done and everybody touch road. Oh, maybe gonna start, pull up in a fast car, yeah. I know fast start, make you want the fast part, yeah. I know you're feeling me. You know I'm feeling you.
Come on.
So,
Party time now.
yeah. Hey, fancy. Oh, your heart state, now no vacancy. Last time, see you on FaceTime, chatting up the place, bout in our relationship. Me, I go put you on lockdown. I put your body on lockdown. You got me on lock now. Got my passion on lock. Oh, if you love me, you should let me. You should let me.
Oh, you mean?
Let me know, and if you don't know, better feel it.
We're all in a party. It's a party vibe right now.
Let me go. Pulling up, pulling up, pulling up. Nobody deal with the bag of long talking.
Yeah.
We are chilling in an apartment. Hope you don't mind me.
Yeah, I mean say nowhere to go. When the quarantine I got done, nobody don't know. And them say you better put your mask on, better put your mask on. Yeah, do it faster than a fast car. My nostrils feeling it, and I can't breathe in it, but I gotta deal with it, yeah. Say, hey, 19, you're there on the scene before March 15. A million times I wash it up, my hands and I sanitize my van and my car. I got my antigen. The city pan lockdown. Party business pop down. Couldn't tell when last me shop now. My shoes all a dry rot. Now, what? A true thing. I was there with my way a party. I want to see the ladies grooving and whining. That's how I vibe it up. I give the style, the Caribbean style. You like that?
Them call me mama heavy. Boom, Bobby gun me little flat belly. Young and healthy, me no don't like red. Walk for my teeth, can't stand make it bigger, so move up. Cause I'm stuck in a idle. Vibe up. I'ma know you wish I did nice, so I good at my fault, make the man a hide you. Cause every time I walk, my spirit I ride you. Him want to me boom boom boom, but do doom doom. Love off me boom boom boom, but do doom doom. I'm mad over me boom boom boom, but do doom doom. I cry for me boom boom boom, but doom.
Shake your bum bum, bum bum. Shake your bum bum, bum bum, bum bum, bidam bum bum. Work your bum bum, move your bum bum, roll your bum bum, bum bum, bidam bum.
Shake your bam bam, shake your bam bam, shake your bam bam, shake your bam bam, rock your bam bam, rock your bam bam, rock your bam bam.
What a vibe now?
Fight for the right and not the wrong. Saying this and saying that. Going here and going there. Soon you will find out the man I'm supposed to be. I know this little girl, her name is Maxine. Her beauty's like a bunch of roses. If I ever tell you about Maxine, you would say I don't know what I know, but murder she wrote. Real. Murder she wrote. Murder she wrote.
It's a party.
Murder she wrote.
Action with him, a pretty face and bad character. Then the kind of living can hold chaka. Follow me. A pretty face and bad character.
Let's go, get something to drink right now.
I'm drinking.
Hey.
I'm drinking.
Hey.
I'm drinking.
Hey.
I'm drinking.
Hey. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
I'm drinking rum and Red Bull, and you see, let me heart full. Them want me get awful, like them on the dance, I'll get grappled. And I'm rum and Red Bull, and you see, let me heart full. Them want me get awful.
Yeah, man, let's go. It's a party. It's a party. Check out the bar.
Start the day with the flask cranberry with ice.
Get that drink.
Satellite can't find.
Everybody, get that drink.
Me wanna liquor 'cause me and me one boss. Drink for junk that me endorse.
Half a bunch to go and tell me about a cash off a bike.
Yeah.
Me lose me visa, but everything nice. Big up the teacher, car future bright. No worry about the car way. I'm okay, because me clean every day. Clocks and my beat me change 3 times a day. Buy out any bar, 'cause me have money fi pay. You know it's a rasta not stray. I'm okay. Fi look a girl, me not shy. Money stack and pipe straight up to the sky. Batman serious, me not tell a lie. Me not turn no GUI. I'm I couldn't wait them a stop. Dig up the sign, make you plant up the crop. All ganja man, you know how me a chat. The other day me police stop. Them say Beanie Man, me yes some of the ride and crash. Bum to go to jail, but him just come back. Chupa put it for YouTube, by your thing that. My career there.
Me nah say no, my friend. Nah, but this my friend. Be a blessing, me son. Please, your guide and protect them. Nah say no, my friend. Nah, but this my friend. Be a blessing, me son.
Let's go. Ladies again.
Them girls stand up, them girls stand up. Every girl in the dance to the them girls stand up.
Whoa.
Ball it up, me girl, you no rago. Laga, show. But if you walk out now, be at the stand up.
Yeah.
Good clothes, you know we all bro.
Whoa.
That man can't left you.
All right, where we going? Where I go tomorrow? Tomorrow, where we going?
Let's go to the beach. Make we have a party on the sand.
Hey.
Take off your rock, me want to see you now your tongue. But suppose, make me use my touch snap one. Now pretty belly skin, they ready to do the pan. You a generating brown in whole of summertime. Umbrella bleacher. Cause I saw the summertime, so the girl them say them ready for the summer marathon. So me have to sing another summer song. So me ask you, if you're ready for the summer, let's go. Shout it out and let me know. Girl, know everywhere we go. We know.
Back it up with me quick. The body with me grip. Girl, I know that me love you, touch you with me fingertip. Inna the club, you bubble for your head, you take a crick. Me love it when you tick tock, when you bubble it. Nobody looks so sexy for your toe, them on your dip. Squeeze up your body, make you kiss me with your lip. And girl, your body hot up, boy, you got up, girl, you thick. Pose, make me take you flick like me and Nick. Wind up your body and turn. Wind up your body, that.
Come on.
Girl, your body clean, your body no full of germs. Yeah, I love my Caribbean girl.
Girl, if you toast touch, me no like you. If you can't mash hands, me no like you. You can't defend yourself, me no like you. Bambino no love, girl, where is if you frighten up? Hey, girl, fit on up, in a dance and wind up your body like you're sure, so your body not jump up. Girl, when afraid if a girl this you, or this your friend, something
Let's go.
Bambino no like coward, girl. Goody girl out of style from 99. So when you sip Conscience and Bambino,
it's a party.
We walk the fine, cause we love girl with bad girl fit. Bad girl. Bad, we not like girl with stuff. Come wine till you broke off your back. Broke off your back. Broke off your back.
Come on.
Broke off your back. Broke off your back. Broke off your back.
Girl, you know you got it. Girl, you know you got it. Bambino in the building.
Come broke off
you know you got DJ Bambino, aka BIM.
Broke off your back, girl. Who you are ramp with? On a game. Anytime you're ready, girl. Let me name. The place get wet like in a rain. And I make you feel.
I'm big up to everybody right now. No matter where you're from, no matter matter where you're watching from, where you're listening from, where you're coming from. Bambino in the house tonight, and we feel alright. Yeah, we feel alright. Yeah, you see all the video lights. Yeah, we feel alright. Yeah, we feel alright. Yeah. You know the camera, it's well bright, but we feel alright. Yeah, we feel alright. Yeah. KingstOOn 2021. Bambino there, we are number one. Talking about the animation. It's a film festival. Don't get the festival mixed up with the one out of Elshire. You understand? Big up to everybody that's locked in tonight, all right? So we're bigging up Jamaica, where I'm from right now, where we're coming to you from. We're bigging up the USA. How y'all doing? We're bigging up Trinidad and Tobago. You know, say them have the baddest doubles on Bacon Shark. You know, we're not Skylark. We have a big up China. Them have the baddest whiner. We have a big up UK. Cause you know everything is okay. Big up Bahamas. Them have fritters. Yeah, them have kang fritters. That rhyme with Bahamas, right? Yeah. Big up the girl them over India. Like the one named Indira. Big up the girl them out of Canada. Cause you know say we want to go over there. Cause what day you have 2 mongrel dogs across the border and them a live large. Big up the people them in Brazil. You know say the girl them give me a thrill. Big up the girl them up in France. Cause you know say them know for dance. Yeah. People in France, big up yourself, alright? If you can't speak French, you just have to just laugh in French like this. Ho ho ho. You understand? Yeah. So they meet somebody from France or Martinique, you just say ho ho ho. Alright? Big up the Spain crew. Yo, we have to big up the crew from Spain. Bambino say you know me insane. Out of Jamaica, big up Andre. Him win a big prize today. And him brethren them called Gary. Him is a winner today. And you know say, no girl Chrissa. In a Jamaica we have to big up Melissa. And you know say, the lighter beam. We have to big up the TOL team. Coconut, yeah, the jelly man. Big him up from over the land. Radia, Australia. That is the land of down under. Big up Tina and Leroy, South Africa. We enjoy. I miss the rhythm though. Come here, look for the rhyme. Jano. Big up Kim from Malaysia. Hope everything is okay. Big up the Fixes and Carbots team. Russian Federation. Bambino's on your station. Yeah. And we gotta big up the sponsors, alright? World Bank, Office of the Prime Minister. TV Paint Development also. Wacom Technologies. Capilano University, Jam Pro and Flow. Phase 3 is in the building right now. We got Toon Boom Animation, Jamaica Animation Network, Animation World Network, of course Animation Magazine, Zine, PBCJ. That's where we are today. This beautiful studio with Nicole AC. I make up a GIS crew. Essie Rob. I never pronounce it wrong. Prinsario, Cartoon Brew, and C21 Media. It's the KingstOOn 2021 Animation and Film Festival. My name is Bambino saying thanks. And you don't know we're still partying right now, alright? Come on.